Okay, live preview is showing. So the show begins today on Odd Pog Live. It's me, Odd Pog. We're going to be covering the drama that is developing between gamers Nexus and Linus Tech Tips. It's become quite the beatdown. Steve is a relentless reviewer that gives you the accurate news, and he wants you to know that Linus is a buffoon, if you didn't already know. But we will cover that later on today's show. For now, we're going to listen to, I forget his name. He goes by Penguin Zero. Mike? I don't know why I want to say Mike. I can't remember his damn name. Anyway, Asmongold reacted to it, so I'm going to react to Asmongold reacting to it. Links to videos that I'm reacting to are down in the description as always. Let's get this ball rolling.
Goodbye, Twitch.
Uh-oh. Goodbye, Twitch.
I couldn't think of a great title for this video, so it ended up sounding a little more intense than I planned for it to be, but make no mistake, it's still going to be a high-octane video that's going to blow your hair back.
Wow.
I am saying goodbye to Twitch, but not fully in the way that you think. It's not like a funeral service for the Moist Critical Twitch channel. That would be the saddest way of going out ever, because the last broadcast
He is super good at making things super dramatic, isn't he?
on there is from last night, and it is some of the most despicably trash Warlock gameplay Dark and Darker has ever seen. Having that cursed footage be the last thing broadcast on my Twitch channel before retiring it would be more embarrassing than if my dick pics leaked. So, pop a squat by the fireplace and let me explain. My Twitch contract...
I remember one time, like, I've had that happen where, like, I didn't want to take...
Where your dick pics leaked?
Because the last VOD was so bad, and I didn't want people to remember, like, how bad it was.
My Twitch contract has been terminated.
Damn.
Amicably between myself and Twitch, and a huge thanks to Twitch for being so willing to do that, because I did still have a lot of time remaining on my Twitch contract, but I wanted to...
Well, that's kind of surprising to hear.
...to stream elsewhere, and Twitch fully understood and gave me that firm pat on the ass and said, you go get 'em, champ.
Okay.
So, I am no longer exclusive with Twitch.
Good for you.
Now, this isn't me announcing that I've...
Be careful, that firm pat on the ass might be construed as sexual harassment in some realms.
...signed somewhere else with like
so you're going to kick, and like you're going to have like 4 different hats, and you're like, what's in the hat? And then there's $100 million in one of the hats, so you're like, I'm going to wear this hat.
Contract. This isn't like a LeBron James the decision moment where I'm coming up here and saying I'm taking my talent, well for me I'm taking my lack of talent to Mixer. It's nothing like that. This is just simply me saying Twitch was nice enough to turn our contract into toilet paper, which is what I wanted, because I really like the idea of not being forced into one place.
I forgot to turn the fan down. It's getting super aggressive. Let me fix that. Oh yeah, I should probably gotta put my face over here so it's not so huge, covering up so much of the screen. All right, now there should be less wind in my voice.
I'd like to be able to spread my fucking butterfly wings and be able to try different things on different platforms.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So it means a lot that Twitch was willing to, you know, terminate that contract, because under that contract, I couldn't. But now the dog's off the leash, I could rip my shirt off, twirl it over my head like a helicopter blade, and start streaming on Facebook if I wanted to.
Ugh, gross.
You probably should stream on Twitch.
Crazy person.
Oh wait, I don't need power up here. What the hell am I doing?
But I could, is the point. Now, one thing that I've been pretty vocal about is I do think streaming contracts are a great thing, not only for streamers but for the audience as well, because I really do like the idea that you could just watch streams for free. You never need to turn on donations, you never need anyone to pay with subs or anything like that. There'd be no expectation or some feeling of obligation to pay for the streaming content you're watching, because you'd know the streamer is getting some kind of hourly rate or some kind of contract with the platform they're on.
Yeah,
I just think that's fucking fantastic and should be the future, because me streaming a game shouldn't be something that's paywalled or inundated with ads out the wazoo. It should be something you could just flip on.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, I think the amount of ads and shit like that you have to sit.
Especially considering how many ads you get from Twitch. Holy shit, they put out a lot of ads. I tried watching that show for like, what, 10 minutes? I mean, I was just switching through different channels because I had no idea what I wanted to watch. But I must have seen at least fucking 5 different ads in 10 minutes. I mean, I have no idea if it's anything like that on YouTube. It might be, but I don't know because I use YouTube Premium.
Through on Twitch especially, it's just it's like, have you guys ever had a situation where like a stream is effectively ruined by how overly monetized it is? Like there's like too many sub notifications, there's too many ads, stuff like that. Yeah,
completely free to watch and have nothing else to do but kick back and have fun. Streamers not having to rely on donations, I think, is just a great win-win across the board, because unfortunately there are times where someone gives more money than they should to someone that is financially far better off than they are, and it's just an unfortunate circumstance of the streaming landscape that I think could be improved if contracts were more normalized in the streaming space.
I don't necessarily think that would happen, because there's a lot of people that have donations and they have a streaming contract. It's not like if you have a streaming contract you have to turn off donations. There's the other issue is that if
I wouldn't have any idea.
Like mental illness or trying to give you money, they'll probably find a way to do it. And it's just like, that's just how it is. Like, obviously you can like make it harder to do that or something like that. Yeah, definitely. But at the end of the day, people are going to do that if they can.
And this is
I want money.
A little weird because I just terminated my Twitch contract, yet I'm talking about how good contracts can be for streaming. So this is where I'm just going to be totally open and honest. All the money I make from streaming goes into our esports organization, Moist Esports. And if you know anything about esports, you'd know it's an absolute bonfire for money. It is.
Yeah, esports is.
So I've heard.
Turn $10 into $1, and if you have $100, it'll turn it into $5. It's like this weird thing. It's like like, you know how people talk about like a infinite money glitch? Well, it's kind of like the opposite of that.
So like life in general?
Down a toilet forever without ever seeing any return. It's why so many of these orgs go completely defunct. It is just bleeding money until there is nothing left to bleed, and then it's tears. That's just the landscape of esports. But we're in esports because we're passionate about it. I fucking love the esports scene. I really do.
Well, it's also because Charlie and Ludwig, like their teams, like they can monetize their teams in a way that other companies can't. Like they can make content off of watching the players from their teams play games. So they can double dip in a way that a traditional esports organization is not able to do so. And I think that's what makes them, like, that's what makes it viable, that's what makes it relevant, because they have like that extra element that's going for them.
Must be nice.
The money I've made over the last 2 years from streaming has all gone into Moist Esports, and that will continue to be the case going forward.
There you go.
And with the Twitch contract, if you ask anyone who's currently under Twitch contracts, you'll know, they'll tell you, it is the lowest possible offer across any of the other streaming platforms that have ever offered contracts.
True.
It's about a tenth.
Sounds terrible. Why would you do that?
The rest of the industry was
a tenth. Even that's generous. Yeah, even that is generous, gentlemen.
Offering streamers. Now, I'm pretty sure Twitch put the kibosh on offering contracts in general, but when they were, it was a pretty large ask from the streamer in terms of hours broadcast per month.
No, this shit was awful. Basically, streamers you had to stream like 40 hours a week every single week.
Fuck that.
Every single time. And so you'd have people that were complaining about that.
Got time for nothing else.
My opinion on this is that don't sign a contract if you don't want to follow the contract. But at the same time,
true.
You know, so a job, well, yeah, but like streaming isn't all that people do, right? You have like 40 hours a week at streaming. You're dealing with YouTube content. You're dealing with things in the back end. So like really, like 40 hours on stream is more like 70 hours total.
As well as ad density.
Sounds right.
Always an ad expectation. Of course, there was wiggle room in terms of how many ads you'd play per hour, but there was always that expectation, which, as I've said many times, I think is not conducive to a good viewer experience because of how poorly ads are implemented on the platform. I think the ads are way too intrusive, and there's a lot
of... And they are improving this. To be fair, Twitch is improving this and making it better.
How so?
It's like running a business. Yes, it is. It is. It is like running a business that you're working completely for 40 hours. Well, no, I mean, like, I just, like, this is the reality, right? Is that, like, if you do, like, let's say you do a 6-hour stream, that's really a 7-hour stream. And, like, jobs are like this, too, because, like, you have to get everything ready. You, like, have to review what happened afterwards. Like, obviously, you can compare this probably to, like, transit time, like, to and from a job, assuming you're not working from home. And then also, like, again, if you're good at what
Oh, transit time doesn't take multiple hours in most cases.
you're doing, you are also making YouTube content. You are also
Or a whole crapload of thought.
making, you know, keeping up with trends. You are also doing things off stream. You're collaborating with other people. Like, there are a lot of other activities that streamers do in order to stay relevant that are not necessarily streaming.
Room for improvement there. So the contract was very strict, and the payment from the contract was not enough to even cover a single one of the Moist Esports teams. So we all just kind of felt like
Doesn't sound like it's worth it.
contract isn't really doing anything except making
Yeah.
the streams worse because of having to pump ads into them.
Ooh.
And it just didn't make sense anymore. And we wanted to try new content, but we couldn't really get excited about Twitch as a platform because not only that, the platform's kind of been making some horrible decisions over the last couple of years.
So I've
They're
heard.
starting to get a little bit better. Like I think they're starting to
Yeah, they've improved the ad experience a little bit, and that's nice.
get it a bit more,
Yeah.
but not much. Like, I'm hoping they'll correct course here and steer the ship a bit better, but it's just been hard to get passionate about Twitch, and I'm sure a lot of other streamers have felt the same way. I've seen quite a few of them say
I don't know. I think that if Twitch gave me a really big contract, I'd be passionate about Twitch. Yeah. I think I would be. But as it's
As long as I didn't have to stream for 40 hours a week, huh?
At all, guys. Yeah. What the hell?
similar things. But again, the primary motivation has just been that flexibility, not being locked down by the Twitch contract, which had the very strict exclusivity clause where you couldn't stream anywhere else, and I
Right.
don't think there would have ever been an exception where they'd let us stream
Screw that.
anywhere. And it's something I've wanted to do. Do different type of content in different places. Most notably,
Yeah.
like YouTube streaming, I think would be a very fun place to try some of our newer, bigger projects on, as opposed
The
to being
reason why it's better to do it on YouTube, actually, he'll probably say this. It's the video quality.
forced to do them on Twitch. Which is nice because I've been wanting to try different things on YouTube streaming in particular. I know that's not the most shocking platform switch.
Oh, he might not be bringing that up.
The video quality is much better on YouTube, though.
That's a great example of how great Twitch is, okay? So we're
Like, I'm streaming, what, 30 megabits per second right now?
cool. So let's take a look over here at Final Fantasy. And so if you look closely, you can almost tell what's happening on the screen. And like, we'll go ahead and we'll go down to 25%. So yeah, you can almost see what's happening here. And you know, I think that I'm casting the Bahamut beam. Yeah, I am. You can tell that I'm casting the Bahamut beam. And so then I'm going to use it, of course, on Ultima here. And okay, here we go.
I'm seeing a bunch of lights
So
on the
let's go ahead
screen.
and just move ahead a little bit more. We'll wait for him to get to the fire phase. I'm sure that one's going to be really good. Okay. Where is it? Come on, where's the fire phase? You know that's the good one. I died here. This is pretty embarrassing. I was playing like shit that day. Sorry, guys. This is taking me a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. Ready? What is happening?
It's like a lava splooge on the screen there.
Really knows. What level am I? Nobody knows.
All right, point proven.
Isn't this good? Yeah, this is the bitrate for Twitch. And so as you can see here, if you look very closely, there is just a parry that was used. Now, you can't tell what's happening. Like, it's just, it's
Is that motion blur?
It's so fucking bad. And like, look at my face too. Look at my fucking face.
And the face you're making.
Watch
It's like you just shit your pants.
Oh, Mathel PoE videos are bad too. Yeah, they have the same problem. You have to record locally because of it. Show us your Vampire Survivors VODs. Yeah, it's the same thing. How much better does it look on YouTube then? YouTube allows broadcasting of up to, I think, what is it, 12 or 12K or 15K bitrate. I don't know which one, but Twitch,
15K.
I think, at 6 or 7K. So it's literally double. Like it's actually twice as good.
Ever, considering I actively post videos on this platform already, but I really feel like the streaming side of here is just a totally different beast. And if we have any octogenarians in the audience right now, many of you might remember that I actually did used to stream on YouTube back in 2017. I streamed on here for about a year, and then in 2018 I made the switch back to Twitch, and I've been exclusive on there since 2018. That platform's always been my home for streaming, and it brings a tear to my eye thinking back on it. Not many people know this. This is deep-cut Charles lore here. But I used to stream on Twitch way before it was Twitch. Back in 2010, I was an active streamer on Justin TV, which would eventually become Twitch. And boy howdy, let me tell you, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, the streams I did on Justin TV should never be unearthed. They were rancid looking. They are...
Yeah, mine were really bad too that I did back then. I think everybody's streams back in the day were really bad.
Unwatchably hard to digest what is even happening on screen. The shit I was broadcasting looked like a Sasquatch photo. It was extremely blurry. It looked like you were trying to remember a dream. It was the lowest possible bitrate, the lowest possible FPS. The audio was incomprehensible. It sounded like 3 walkie-talkies
so
under...
nothing's changed, okay.
Torpedoes were blowing up around them. It was terrible. It looked like something out of The Ring. I bet everyone that accidentally tuned into one of my Justin TV streams thought they were gonna die in 7 days. And I used to stream fucking horrific.
I wouldn't be surprised if some people that watch me play Vampire Survivors got sick watching it at like 28 minutes in.
World at War Zombies gameplay. Let me show you one of the surviving archives of a clip from it.
Shit, I'm the last one. Critical. We can do... Oh, shit. Shit. 2 seconds! No! Ah!
Good lord, what is that, like
There's a
2 FPS?
How many frames there are?
Hustle play! Hold on, I gotta talk on the mic to just hear this.
Oh my god.
Who's spraying fire on me? Oh, Jesus! I just took on the world zombies population, and that one almost took me out.
That, my friends, is the old glory days of streaming, the golden era. That's what it used to look like back in ancient times. I'm actually at the point where I feel like the grandpa from Rugrats, Lou Pickles, where he tell a story like, we had to hike 15 miles up a hill in the snow just in order to get a single
kids nowadays don't know about capture cards.
Fucking thing of smelling salts. Like, that's how I feel. That's how we used to broadcast our streams on Justin TV. Well, I guess not everyone. Angry Video Game Nerd back then used to have a 24/7 Justin TV stream going on, and it was pretty good quality. But a lot of us were streaming like
mine
that.
Wasn't.
So, I'm getting a bit off track. Just going down memory lane with Twitch. I have been on there for a very long time. I did take a break in 2011, but I've always considered Twitch my home for streaming, so I don't plan on leaving home.
Nostalgia.
We're no longer married. Now we're just friends with benefits, I guess.
It's like an open
We're not
relationship.
monogamous. I do still plan on streaming on Twitch, and I think I always will. But I will also be streaming elsewhere too, most notably YouTube. I'm going to do my first YouTube stream tonight, probably around like 9:30 EST. Actually, probably closer to 10 p.m. EST, because I still need to eat dinner. So let's just say around 10 p.m. EST tonight, I'll go live on YouTube. And what I eventually want to do is be able to do different content on different platforms for streaming. So, for example, the Moist Wrestling League, we have our...
You go to Rumble to talk about...
Oh man, what's all this damn saltwater doing in here?
To play slots. You go to Twitch to be a deer, and you go to YouTube to play video games.
Our next taping next week. I do eventually want to take the Moist Wrestling League
That's
live,
right.
and I would love to be able to do it live on YouTube.
The Moist Wrestling League?
Hard on YouTube. I like a lot of the features YouTube has over Twitch. The ability to just go back in a stream, just rewind it like native in the player, I think is great. I think the chat functionality is so fucking primitive, it is weak right now. Ludwig has Truffle to help with that, but the actual built-in YouTube streaming chat is trash, and
Yeah, it
needs a
is.
complete overhaul. But I really do just love the idea of being able to do different projects in different places. Another thing is Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to be doing our own
Ooh.
Dragons show, not
I
like
want to play.
capacity partnership with Wizards or anything. It's just our own silly campaign that we're putting a lot of resources into to make like really high quality, because
If you want a warlock,
obsessed with Critical Role and Dimension.
reach out to me. I love to play a warlock.
It's so fun to have our own wacky D&D adventure show that we would love to take live. And I think YouTube would be another great streaming platform for that content. But that's long-term, right?
If anybody watches my show and they can get in touch with, is it Steve? Peg10? Can't remember his, I don't know why I can't remember his name. I'm so terrible with names. I think it's Steve. If you can reach out to Steve and let him know, I'd want to join his D&D group. I loved playing D&D. Well, let me preface that. As long as there's a good DM, D&D can be a very boring, shitty experience if you don't have a good DM. But I can't imagine that you would have a bad DM.
Right now, there's not going to be a huge difference in content between YouTube streams and Twitch streams.
I
Like,
wonder if he'll get a deal from one of the other platforms, like Kick or Rumble or something like that. Because it probably would be a good idea to take a contract with one of those other platforms if he's trying to make the money for the esports team.
tonight, I plan on speedrunning. I don't know if I'm going to try learning the Golem speedrun or the Jedi Survivor speedrun. The Jedi Survivor speedrun looks super hype, and I think it'd be a fun one to learn. But I also love the idea of speedrunning Golem, the worst game of the year so far. So we'll see.
That game is so
That's
ugly.
the overall big plan, big
Okay.
picture now, with no longer being exclusive to Twitch.
Yeah.
I will, of course, still be streaming on Twitch. Like, I'll probably do more Dark and Darker on Twitch, tomorrow. Or maybe I'll do Dark and Darker tomorrow on YouTube as well. Like,
Right.
that's the fun of it. I now have the flexibility to choose which platform I go live on, and eventually I would love to be able to have different content live in different places. So I just wanted to talk about this a little
Yeah, I
bit.
think
And
it's smart to diversify and like have content in different platforms. So, yeah,
You gotta diversify your stock portfolio.
big
Yeah.
thank you to Twitch for even letting me do this, because like I said, I did still have a lot of time left on that contract, but we came to an amicable decision to just say, hey, it's all good. So that's super nice of them. And yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to do some wacky stuff. Just wanted to talk about all this. That's about it. So yeah.
good for him. Fuck. I mean.
And
good
your
for
audio
him,
is
man.
super low, Asmon. Turn up the mic.
Is he
Nobody can
live
hear you.
on, like,
I couldn't
one of his
think-
channels? Because somebody said that he was. I'm actually kind of curious. First YouTube stream. Okay, so let's see it. Let's see the quality. Okay. This is pretty good. Let's see the quality here. I'll turn up to... oh, it's only at 780p. Or 720. He's streaming at 720. Yeah, the quality isn't like super great.
Well, yeah, if you're only streaming at 720p, you're not going to have very good quality.
The rate might still be higher. Because it's not turning into soup, at least. He screwed up his quality. He'll fix it tomorrow, he said. Yeah, I mean, I think this looks pretty good. I mean, he's getting 22,000 views, which makes sense. I mean, shit. You know, he's a lot bigger on YouTube anyway, so it makes sense for him to do that. And I think this is a good decision. Yeah, good for him. And also, I think the more that people are moving to other platforms, I think it gives streamers more autonomy over, like, their own brand, over their own content, and it's just, in general, better off for streamers. So, yeah, don't you need YouTube Premium for 1080p? Well, I have no idea. I'm just saying, like, in general, I think it's a good decision for him to do. Thinking people will say if all the streamers move, we're here for streamers, not the Twitch platform.
I thought the quality limit was 4K for premium. Like, you didn't get 4K unless you paid for premium, but you could get 1080p without it. I don't know. Let me know down in the comments down below if you know.
They're delusional. Well, the reality is that, like, if I go to Kick right now, how many people are actually watching Kick? Because this is what the problem is. That a lot of people actually, I mean, to be fair, like if I pull this shit up, I'm opening it on the other screen because it's Kick, right? So...
He's got gas. Damn it. I hate when duplicants have gas.
Give me 1 second. I'll just take a look at it right now. So if you look at this here, you've got Your Rage right here with 27,000 viewers. And then Fuzi with 11,000 viewers. Look at that. That's a lot. 4,000. DeFran is just sitting here playing Overwatch for 4,000 fucking viewers. That's insane. That's a lot of fucking people. Now, there have been a lot of questions. Are these viewers real? Is it all fake viewership or what's going on? Viewership high to low? Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same number. And DeFran's viewership is always high. Well, the point is that he's keeping the same viewership. I think that's what really makes the difference. Is that if you're keeping the viewership going to another platform, then you're doing really well. Because I think the concern that a lot of creators have is that whenever you leave Twitch, you lose a lot of your viewers. But the more people that...
That's why I don't stream the same fucking game every day. Because then you get nothing but viewers that want to watch nothing but that game. And as soon as you do anything but play that one fucking game, all your viewers are gone. Fuck that noise.
that leave Twitch, the less that's going to matter. Because it disperses the live stream viewers more and more every single time. Are FX Life viewers real? No, of course not. But like most other streamers are. Open multiple tabs and check for yourself. I think they have like an IP blocker if you do that. DeFran used to be a 7 to 10k Andy. I don't know if DeFran was getting that many viewers. Maybe he was and I wasn't paying attention to them. Yeah, I don't know. Long-term bot boosting is expensive. Short-term burst for stat manipulation is better. Maybe.
Alright, your audio is too damn quiet. I'm going to close that video out. And then after our break here, I'm about to take a break, in other words. So after the break, we are getting into the smackdown between Gamers Nexus and Linus Tech Tips. The complete brutal beating that Steve gives Linus. Stay tuned. Here comes the break time music. It's coming, I promise. It'll be here shortly. Oh, that sure was pretty, wasn't it? I do like me some music. Good stuff. All right, let's switch screens here. Going back to here. Get the game pulled back up again. Is it loading? All right, there it is. Let me mark down the time so we get the chapters on the video. Let's call it 40 minutes. All right, here we go. We are starting Steve's Smackdown on Linus.
A few days ago, this clip from an LTT lab tour got a lot of attention online.
The difference between us and somebody like Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed is we test new components, new tests every time.
And then Hardware Unboxed tweeted dissatisfaction with the statement made in that tour. We didn't say anything at all, anywhere. Even though it's not actually true, they don't collect new data and new tests every single time, and it's not always necessary anyway. So when Linus went on the WAN show, we hadn't got...
What the hell do they mean by new tests every time? Do they mean they retest the old hardware again? Every time a new piece of hardware comes out? Because that would be stupid. What else could that mean?
...involved. Linus responded to Hardware Unboxed on the WAN show and then said the following.
There's a fair number of people that are talking about the whole Trust Me Bro situation, where there were some creators that... It seems like you guys are... Look.
Just say it. Everyone knows you're talking about us.
It's pretty clear that not everyone in the creator space handled that super professionally. I don't obviously agree with some of the takes that were out there. I don't think that it's particularly journalistic, for example, to ignore facts, to ignore personal relationships.
It is my job to ignore personal relationships.
Ooh,
You know,
Smackdown.
LMG is going to make false accusations and wants to try and use personal relationships to gain favor so that we don't cover something we think is not okay. It's not going to work with us. We don't play that game. The first clip from an LTT lab tour caught
Steve's burn #1.
our attention, but it itself isn't worth commenting on. We have something wider in scope we want to comment on, and it's simply that we believe LTT or LMG is rushing too much to hit arbitrary and largely self-imposed.
For those not familiar with all of the acronyms or initialisms, if you prefer, LTT would be Linus Tech Tips, and LMG would be Linus Media Group, which would be the parent company, I guess, of Linus Tech Tips. Or GNN would be Gamers Nexus. GN.
Deadlines that are causing frequent and sometimes significant data errors and information errors. And this conflicts with the ramping marketing surrounding accuracy and data-driven objective reviews that they're pushing for from LTT Labs. So we've decided to turn off all YouTube monetization here. We will not be placing a sponsored ad in this video. We were just going to report on serious concerns that we have with LTT and bring some awareness to these critical issues. We've been thinking on this for a few months now. We have a few main points of discussion for today. They span from raw data that potentially misleads consumers, even if unintentional, accidental, that counts too. And we have some ethical concerns and corporate connections that we want to talk about, including great ethical concerns regarding LTT's inaccurate testing and misrepresentation of a small company's prototype, followed by the auctioning off of that prototype, despite the company wanting it back for other media.
What? That's fucked up. Why would you do that? That's a dick move. For anybody else, I don't know if you guys follow both Linus and Steve like I have for years, but I've always had the impression, ever since I started watching both of them, that Gamers Nexus always had the more critical, accurate, scientific approach to reviewing stuff, and Linus was always kind of like, you know, your average tech reviewer that didn't really know his shit, whereas Steve knows his shit.
And not granting permission for the auction. Also, we're concerned about ethics issues regarding LMG's recent review of the Ponage mouse, where they failed to notice that there was protective tape over the Teflon feet to knock the friction coefficient of the mouse, followed up by a pseudo-correction wherein LMG fails to take full ownership of its mistake and instead blames the product for not hand-holding them through the process.
That's not taking ownership in any way, shape, or form. It's passing the buck.
So removing said tape. But we'll start with the simpler stuff and then come back to this. So the marketing is strong, but exiting just entertainment and entering technical data-driven reviews and marketing on the back of that means that there needs to be proper work to back all of that up, because people are now putting a different level of faith in the material coming out, and the expectations are different. And we know these issues at LTT in terms of the rushing, the pushing employees and staff to hit deadlines despite concerns with the data or the collection of the data. We know that these come from top down, as shown in a recent LTT interview that it conducted with its own employees, where many of them stated concerns with content quality pertaining to restrictive time constraints.
Let's publish less videos.
I wish we could back off the amount and focus on quality for a bit.
More time for projects would be good.
Just allow us more time to work on a video.
We never have time for retrospection.
What the hell? Aren't you the one in charge?
It's always just, that's out. What's the next thing?
Would be nice if
That's a weird statement for the owner of the company to be making. That's your choice. How long you take on making videos, you jackass.
the pace was lessened a little bit, have time to like debrief or look in the rearview mirror at how things went.
I don't love that we have to release so many videos. I don't know what our current count is weekly, but I know it's very high. Very rarely am I particularly proud of a video I've worked on.
And Linus's own comments recently reinforced that the company is still weighing carefully the impact of spending another half day of work on something to get it right, rather than just shoving it out the door incomplete or potentially wrong.
But it was designed for a 3090 Ti. Well, we went for gold and we tried it with a 4090. The temperature results were bad. It was clear that it wasn't making perfect contact, and so Adam was the writer on that project. What Adam asked is if we could spend more time, put the 3090 Ti on it, and get real results. And what I told him was no. Because, and guys, come on. Like, for real, okay? It's $800 US. I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I can apologize for not spending another $100, $200, $300, $500 of various people's time.
And that's an important indicator of mindset that comes from ownership of the company. We'll come back to that clip later, though. They are rushing, and this rush is causing significant and frequent testing errors, but more importantly, it is clouding their ethical judgment.
And what I...
And not to mention the fact that when you're rushing and you just want to get videos out the door as fast as you can, you're not even concerning yourself with giving viewers accurate information.
told him was no.
They are choosing to publish sometimes known bad or known incorrectly acquired data. That's different from a mistake. which all of us do in fact make, yes. But that's part of this topic too. And so given the knowledge of a lack of qualifications when known unqualified, or the intentional forfeiture of quality and accuracy for quantity instead, it calls into question the motivations of the corporation.
Yeah, and there's no excuse for that kind of crap with a company like Linus Media Group that's making a shitload of money off of their YouTube videos.
And does in fact make it look to be bottom line centric. This is to hit arbitrary, self-imposed deadlines and uploading scheduling whose end result is misleading for consumers, and at some point it is no longer an unintentional mistake to mislead those consumers, such as with known shortcuts that reduce the accuracy of the content. Rather, it becomes intentional to do so because of the knowledge of that approach. We know some people won't like this video, and those people will leave comments enraged, citing drama as some sort of catch-all platitude to discourage this desperately needed conversation. It's their way of emoting, "I'm uncomfortable." And I agree with you. This is a very uncomfortable video for me to make. I haven't enjoyed the process of it, but this is something we feel is desperately needed, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And it is not simply drama to talk about errors and factual testing issues in a way that hopefully brings to light the problems so that the media organization, LMG, can attempt to rectify them if it in fact wishes to do so.
I love how every time Steve or Gamers Nexus finds a company just doing a terrible fucking thing, like they did this with Asus and AMD, and every time they cover something like this, they're just like, we're hoping that the company sees this as an opportunity to improve. They don't just completely fucking shit on them. Like, this is an honorable man. This guy is a better tier of person than me.
Stand to lose a lot here. We risk pissing off people with direct and very valuable and useful to us connections to YouTube if we ever happen to need them. I don't have a connection at YouTube, really, who can help me in any way. Likewise, we risk pissing off people who are connected to LMG, and that would include large streamers who operate in a class that we can't even begin to approach. But most of all, we risk some of our viewers getting upset, but we are approaching this as objectively as possible, and we ask that you listen to the concerns we are raising and the evidence that we are presenting, because ultimately, if Linus Media Group wants to be consumer first, then it too should want this level of transparency and should want this knowledge of the issues we are presenting today. The company is now over 120 people. It recently had a purchase or an acquisition offer at $100 million. It's helmed by a new CEO whose past includes a career in director positions at companies like Dell and Corsair. Its lab is led by a former marketing director for Asus, which was recently the title sponsor for LTX following what we believe to be a rather soft-handed handling of Asus's board and RMA issues by LTT. LMG is a big...
Yeah, that was a shit show by Asus, man. Holy shit. Trying to push the blame for fucking bad BIOS onto the consumers. Or basically void their own warranty because they were putting out bad BIOS software. What the hell? Holy shit. And personally, I've never had a good experience with Asus boards.
Company now. It has the resources to do better, and it should be treated as such. Okay, with that stance clear, we're jumping into two key categories here: bad data and misinformation. This includes unintentional or intentional. There's a bit of a gradient. Bad data is testing which is incorrect or erroneous. Misinformation is miscited specifications, for example, or doubling down on flawed testing and reporting on conclusions as if it reflects proper testing when in fact it has been shown not to. These topics will later expand for far more important ethics discussion and concerns that we have regarding sort of the corporate positioning that LMG is in now. Even with its heavily marketed debut of Labs, LMG is still consistently making errors in nearly every single review that they publish. It is okay to make errors. All of us do this.
Damn, I didn't know it was every single video. Well, nearly every single video. Holy crap, I thought it was just here and there. Wow.
In this line of work, but the concern we have is that these types of errors are in nearly every single LTT technical or review type of video. So
Holy
there
shit.
are enough errors that we can't fit them all into a normal length video. We'll cover a few of them as fast as we can to establish the premise and the concerns, and everything is from the last year only. We're starting with the missed published errors. The more troubling ones are later in the video. Let's start with the entire 40 series. LTT's 40 series reviews started with the RTX 4090, which debuted with multiple erroneous charts, but one in particular was heavily written into the conclusion of the card. That chart was for Cyberpunk, where LTT allowed to slip past them an outlier with the 4090 outperforming the 3090 Ti by 300%.
What the hell? Holy shit. What are those numbers? Like at 97 what? 87 what? Is that supposed to be frames per second?
In reality, that should be closer to 72 to 75%. We explained this previously, but that's because LTT didn't properly set their test parameters and double check that the graphic settings weren't changing due to other dependencies during test setup. This is a massive human error and
Holy shit.
indicative of poor process control. No amount of blaming the video game or blaming how its settings behave is going to get you off the hook for this. It's simply human error. That anyone could then look at this chart and think it makes any sense further indicates poor understanding of the data collected. Most of the rest of their own data was relatively consistent, so there should have been clear indicators that this was wrong. Despite being the only one they originally corrected in their comment, this wasn't LTT's only error, and that's a separate concern because it comes across as burying just how many errors there truly were by only acknowledging the obvious one or not being aware of them. Both are bad. Shadow of the Tomb Raider from that same review was even more bizarre, with the 3090 Ti outperforming the 3090 by 61%. It should be closer to 15% maximally. Once again, there's a lack of basic attention to detail, maybe even knowledge, to identify such massive errors. Moving to automation makes this even more dangerous, because now you need the skill to identify flaws through numbers alone without even looking at the screen. The trouble was just how long it took LTT to acknowledge this mistake. This should have triggered deletion of the video basically immediately when they confirmed it was erroneous. Probably a community post on YouTube, a Twitter post, and a timeline for a fixed video with corrections. But LTT waited days to fix it, and they eventually posted a comment, but they didn't even pin it until people in the community started getting mad about that. That comment that was posted also didn't disclose all the errors, just the lowest hanging fruit of them, which is Cyberpunk. And eventually they replaced the entire video in place. They didn't delete it. There's a YouTube feature that we don't have, most YouTube creators don't have, where they can swap it in place. So they did that, but only after over 1 million people saw it. And we don't believe there was enough active outreach to get in front of this bad data and alert those 1 million+ people that their purchasing decisions may need to be reevaluated if that data influenced those decisions. Probably there should have been a recall of the content. If you're curious,
at minimum a recall of the content. Like, how do you not feel like you absolutely need to let your viewers know that you made a fucking giant mistake? Holy shit. Wow. Oh man.
how we handle these issues, the point here isn't really to talk about that. We have a published set of guidelines that we follow. It is our process and our standard now. That's on gamers.nexus. It's been there a little while. The 4060 review had enough evidence of being rushed, but one of the other pieces was this chart, where an A750 is shown to be better than an RTX 4060 Ti with ray tracing on, which no...
What? An Intel Arc A750 better than any 40 series card? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. And better than the 4060 Ti by a significant margin.
Other public data seems to support, including...
And how is it that you don't notice that the card seems to have this massive gap between the 1% lows and the average, whereas no other cards have a gap anywhere near that large? Wow.
In our own. They probably remade their 4090 mistake here with applying different settings or perhaps some type of upscaling. They didn't even catch this one.
Right, like how when you're reviewing the FPS that you're getting from a game, how do you not just have a list of the settings that you're turning on and off? Like, okay, you write down on a piece of paper this setting. This is where the setting should be. Next setting. This is where that setting should be. And then just apply those same settings every fucking card you test. That is just some sloppy ass work, if you ask me.
This is another one of the ones that I caught. In their 4060 review, we noticed that their GTX 1060 gains 20% more performance than shown in their 7600 review. That's definitely not from a driver change with a card this old, and nothing else in those charts really moved, so it shouldn't be from a methodological change either. This is clearly an error in one of the two results. That no one noticed this is beyond us. In the 4060 Ti review, they think that memory sharing between the GPU and system memory isn't a thing without rebar, which is just straight misinformation. More recently in June, LTT published its RTX 4060 review with an incorrect lane count in the spec sheet. They listed it as by 16 when it's actually by 8. In May before this, LTT previously made the same exact mistake with its RTX 4060 Ti review. This video on YouTube, they replaced it in place again using the special feature that most people don't have, but if you look at their Billy channel, you can see what the original was, which was the wrong data. In the month since, they didn't roll forward that correction. LTT had already corrected this once before, which indicates to us that they are once again lacking the proper processes to ensure learned lessons carry forward. So
wow.
Missing basic research, which once again starts to become reckless, irresponsible, and concerning.
That's just bad data keeping too. I mean, if you're keeping track of your stats back in history so you can keep charts that you make in the future updated with that information, right? wouldn't you just have records of stats that you had?
For a company branding itself in this position. Moving to bad testing in coolers, in May, Linus Tech Tips published a cooler benchmark video. It had a number of errors that take an entire video to explain, but among them, this particular chart gives away one of the major problems because it illustrates inconsistency between LMG's own testing. In this chart, LMG has the NHD15 from Noctua in red and green, the top two bars, and then it has the Peerless Assassin in blue and an orange. Notice that for each result, the D15 is consistently a few degrees better than the Peerless Assassin in LMG's testing. This isn't the problem. The problem is that LTT's own data is inconsistent when you look at the 7700X. Suddenly, we go from a couple of degrees advantage for the D15 over the Peerless Assassin to 10 degrees advantage for the Peerless Assassin. There is absolutely no way with these CPUs that these results can deviate this much without error in the testing process. That this chart can get past someone and not trigger a removal of...
What the hell? Man, I didn't even know you could buy a cooler for a fucking graphics card that would get you, or sorry, for a CPU that would get you a 10-degree difference.
That data entry, or a...
Like, is there really that much gap in the market between coolers? Is that even possible to do 10 degrees?
Significant attempt to try and explain what happened indicates to us that LMG presently lacks the qualifications to conduct proper cooler reviews. There is no reason for a sudden surprise 10-degree delta to favor the cooler that was losing in every other test. LTT refers to the frequency reduction of 300 megahertz in one test as, quote, not enough to affect real-world performance, when actually, that's basically reducing a 13900K to a lesser CPU like a 137. That is a huge difference. So the ability to judge the data itself, once again, is suspect and concerning. LTT
300 megahertz difference in a CPU? Come on now.
Liquid cooler as worse than a downdraft cooler, then blames it on NZXT's software. We are not able to replicate this result.
Surprise, surprise, you can't replicate the error.
It runs in, quote, silent mode by default, which still wouldn't reduce it to worse than a stock cooler. And additionally, if it runs in silent mode at all, that means there are methodological flaws where they are not properly controlling fan and pump speeds for this testing, and it's not proper to just blame the product because you don't want to control your test environment and you don't want to use it the way it's designed. This point alone calls all data into all of these charts into question, and it doesn't even look like they're controlling the frequencies and voltages properly. The surface area calculation is incorrect. I made that mistake many years ago, so I get this one. Calculating the total external area of the cooler does not count the surface area of the fins, which is the area that actually matters because it's where it carries the heat. LTT says that Noctua's D15 can take, quote, anything you throw at it, and that it, quote, just doesn't lose. Then they say they use it on all of their internal test benches for reviews. Then they show it thermal throttling and Cinebench testing, seemingly without realizing it, or at least without mentioning it. That it can get this close to TJ Maxx at all should immediately eliminate it from use in test benches, where you want to see how the base product performs without external variables. We're a bit baffled by how huge the endorsement was for the Noctua NHD15 given their own data, but Noctua has close ties with LTT, so that may subconsciously be influencing the interpretation. And even if it's not, it's still unfair to Noctua because now it's calling into question a positive comment because of those ties. That's why it cuts both ways when you have a conflict this deep. It's not just advertising anymore. Final point here, the Peerless Assassin was tested backwards and LTT blamed the lack of instructions.
You're gonna blame the installation of a backwards freaking CPU cooler on lack of instructions? Really? You're not capable of looking to see where the plate meets the CPU and see that it's backwards or not? Oh, damn, Linus. I mean, I understand making excuses for when you make a mistake, but they should at least be good.
But we also suspect a mounting issue given their 10-degree delta. Good lab methodology would have redundancies for redundancies to safeguard against human error or perceived instructions error. In April, LTT reviewed the Amazon Basics cooler. LTT shows data wherein the Vetri V5 is producing numbers physically impossible as compared to other coolers on the chart. As you follow along, note that they sorted the charts worst to best. One thing we noticed was the max temperature value shows a 13-degree delta against the average in their Cyberpunk chart. This indicates that either LTT is averaging data, which is not yet at steady state, or it may have a bad mount or test processes. This data should have triggered additional retests, especially as there is plenty of publicly available data supporting the Vetri V5 as minimally equivalent.
Oh, this is all about air coolers. Yeah, I guess you can't have more than a 10-degree difference in air coolers. I've been using AIOs for years, so I know you can't get a huge difference from those.
To the physically much smaller Amazon Basics cooler. Moving on from...
Unless you're using one of those tiny, like, single-fan AIOs. Those, I mean, why would you even bother? Get at least a 2-fan. I use a 3-fan. First one I bought was a 2-fan.
Coolers. Last month, LTT published a labs video where they got the model of the power supply they were reviewing wrong. LTT mixed up the Thermaltake Smart 80 Plus and the Thermaltake Smart BM2, which are drastically different power supplies with different quality levels. They also mixed up the 80 Plus 115 volt and 230 volt markers on the graphs, which have different requirements for the efficiency percentage at a given load. This is something they caught after publishing, so that much is good. Pinning a correction is the right move, and they haven't always immediately done that, like we saw with the 4090 review. So that's an improvement, but they need to at least get these basic attention to detail items right. This isn't even the hard part. Besides, if you can't get this much right, then as Linus himself says,
and doing them halfway is basically meaningless.
While we're on the topic of basic errors, let's do one last one. We randomly clicked on a short circuit video to check for accuracy. There was literally no effort in finding this one, and we landed on a 5600X 3D review. The video host states, quote,
"The lab put it through its paces,"
indicating this is a piece that the lab specifically contributed to, which is marketed on accuracy. Within the review, LMG initially states correct 5600X 3D specs,
but it has 99 megabytes of cache.
But incorrect 5600X cache specs.
The non-3DV cache version has 36.
Then it displays incorrect 5600X 3D specs on the screen later, and it lists the 5600X 3D as having 4 megabytes of L2 cache, except the 56X 3D only has 512K of L2 per core, totaling 3 megabytes, not 4 megabytes. They also list it as having 99 megabytes of L3, except it has 99 megabytes total of L2 plus L3 cache at 96 plus 3. They then state that it's 1 megabyte lower cache than the 5800X 3D.
You only lose 1 megabyte of cache.
Despite showing a graphic that has the 5800X 3D as lower cache than the 5600X 3D. Just a total mess, and it's complete chaos. In March, LTT published its 7950X 3D review. LTT blamed a, quote, bad CPU, and noted poor performance for the delays on the review. This entire video confused us because it seemed like they were hyper worried about getting the right answer as compared to AMD, but they should be more focused on producing their own numbers. That is, if they trust their own numbers.
AMD had every opportunity to
I don't think I would.
but when we showed them our results, they basically went, yeah, seems okay.
That's because it is okay. If you're trying to nail the exact differences down to a single percent of a first-party claim, then you aren't providing any value as a third-party reviewer. AMD might as well publish its own review. It's not weird at all to have a few percentage points different, or even upwards of 30%. They make the thing. They're gonna test it in ways that benefit them. Then they said this.
So with nothing else to go on, if we had launched that review, we would have been the only outlet with a broadly negative take on this chip.
Which is also just weird, because they shouldn't be worried about what everyone else is saying in a popularity contest. They should be worried about reporting the truth of their own findings, and then trying to...
Or figuring out why they're the only one reporting something that no one else is reporting. I mean, shouldn't that be a red flag?
explain them if they're different. LTT noted in its email to AMD, which they show briefly on the screen, that part of their stability, quote, problem was enabling Expo without increasing VDIM, except it is normal that higher clocks and memory won't be stable without higher VDIM, VDD, and VDDQ. That's not anything unexpected, nor is it AMD's fault, nor is it new. The AMD made a GSA menu for OC and BIOS worked at this time and is what should have been used to avoid these pitfalls, as it would auto-apply. That test processes do not account for this, check for this early, and just blindly trust whatever it is the motherboard manufacturer menu is doing is once again indicative of poor experience, and blaming the CPU is not the way out. The next brief section is for asterisked errors, which are added during productions, that's after filming and before publishing. You can't do text on the screen anymore in YouTube after you upload, so all of this is done before the upload, which means that when doing an asterisk correction, a creator is aware of that correction. However, these have to be used carefully because most people won't read them. They might just listen to the video or kind of tune it out. So these shouldn't be used for undoing criticism that was unfair. This past week, Linus Tech Tips showed an all Alienware setup with some asterisked errors in one.
How could you ever think that buying an Alienware computer is a good idea? If you're ever considering buying an Alienware computer, just send me the $5,000 and I'll figure out how to get you a better computer that only cost me maybe like $2,000 to make, and I'll just pocket the other $3,000, okay?
For instance, LTT states that the keys have, quote, stickers.
Curiously cheap printing on some of the keycaps. Look
Actually,
at this.
it's double shot PBT.
Yeah, they're double shot except where they put stickers on them.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Where do you see stickers?
And expresses disappointment.
Wait, what? I don't see stickers. Do you see stickers? I don't see stickers.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yikes.
And expresses disappointment, but the editors add a note that says, not stickers, immediately dismissing, apparently, the disappointment. In another asterisk correction, LTT states,
and a 4070 Ti, meaning we should be able to get some pretty good gaming performance out of this thing.
But the editors add an asterisk that says, not Ti. For hard criticisms that are stated by the host or the reviewer, like the keycaps example,
yikes,
serves no value
Yikes.
or purpose to come to a wrong conclusion and then put an asterisk to correct it later. You either cut it or you correct it in video. And going back to those interviews, we think they're doing these corrections because they're moving so fast that they won't budget the time to go back and properly correct something, like with the new voiceover line.
I wish we could back off the amount and focus on quality.
When it's clearly entertainment, that's fine, but if you're gonna start scrutinizing something, it needs to be treated with care, entertainer or not. Last week, LMG's Tech Quickie channel covered large
Especially when you're making an assload of money doing it.
language model hardware, and within the 4-minute, 45-second video, they had an on-screen text correction from 312 teraflops to 624 teraflops, a big difference. Then they had a related correction later. This is an extremely short video. To retake 2 sentences just for audio would have taken a few minutes to send the host down to the studio. This reinforces our thesis statement that LTT is rushing its content and is pressured to maintain such high throughput that it can't slow down even for a single sentence to be reread properly or that it is unwilling to pay for content to be accurate as long as it fulfills a good enough bar. And don't be fooled by LMG. They internally set the standard to upload at the frequency they do. It is therefore a willful decision to forego quality in order to hit the standards that they're setting. 5 more minutes is 5 minutes too many to get it completely right. And that costs money. It'd be one thing if they didn't realize this until after publishing. But realizing 2 mistakes within under 5 minutes of video prior to publishing should indicate a proper correction. In April, LMG published a short circuit video that was paid for by Asus featuring the Asus 4070 Dual. The problem isn't the part where they referred to a $600 GPU as a, quote, budget card and then thank Asus for gracing us with the presence of a $1 backplate.
It's got an aluminum backplate, which is really nice to see on a budget card like this.
Or the clearly biased language where they give a manufacturer a blanket statement for always being good.
It's an Asus card, so it's going to perform great.
But rather the problem is a simple correction for a misstatement on the amount of HDMI and display ports available.
3 DisplayPort, 2 HDMI on the Dual.
They could have just cut around this. We're not sure why.
Wait. See, he said 3 DisplayPort, 2 HDMI. That's 5. I don't even see 5 ports. How do you make that mistake?
Display ports available.
3 DisplayPort, 2 HDMI on the Dual.
They could have just cut around this. We're not sure why they left it in. And all of these post-shoot, pre-publishing corrections bring us to the next set of concerns, which is an increasing amount of irresponsible actions and conflicts that we've seen emerging from Linus Tech Tips. So we've been seeing an alarming amount of conflicts from Linus Tech Tips as it relates to their corporate connections, their flow of money, and the potential bias as a result of those things. And we've been looking into this, maybe more of a future video thing, but some of the concerns include how Linus is personally invested $200,000 into laptop maker Framework, and yet is also covering their product and their competitors' products. LMG also has a cross-branded, again, screwdriver with Noctua, and that's being sold on their store while they're also reviewing Noctua products favorably, even when it's shown to be hitting, by their own data, 100 degrees Celsius, which becomes problematic for brands like Noctua as well, because now it is less clear if the praise is genuine or if it is biased, whether intentional or unintentional. These issues, combined with high-level corporate connections through the CEO and through the head of labs, raise...
Yeah, you should never have corporate ties to companies that you're doing reviews for. It completely invalidates your reviews, even if you are trying to be honest.
A lot of concerns about conflict, but we won't be getting into them in depth in this video. Instead, we're going to focus on the consequences of irresponsible reporting and bad data and how that influences the purchasing decisions of millions of people. To start with, let's discuss the implicit ethics of knowing a lack of qualifications yet continuing to operate on a certain type of content, or being unwilling to commit the time to do that content properly, especially if you know that there are flaws and shortcomings already and choose to forge ahead. We don't really see any other options here. It is either too rushed to the point of potentially producing harmful information to viewers and to consumers that they then act on, and to manufacturers alike, or the company is unqualified to produce that information.
Or both.
It's really one or the other. This one talks about the ethics and power of a review outlet and therefore its responsibility to do due diligence on a product. On June 24th, LTT published a video about a copper water block made by a small company called Billet Labs, founded just last year. LTT took one of the company's first prototypes to test, valued in the thousands of dollars for manufacturing, not counting opportunity value. In the video, the LTT team stuck this special 3090 Ti water block on an RTX 4090.
What? They put a 3090 water block on a 4090? Are you fucking kidding me? I could understand maybe a brand that it wasn't meant for. Like, okay, it's meant for this brand and you accidentally put it on that brand, but it's the same tier of graphics cards, like a 3090 from one brand versus a 3090 from another brand, but you can never take a water block from a fucking one series card to a totally different series of card. Are you shitting me? Have these guys ever put a water block on a graphics card before? Holy shit. Those things are precision milled for a specific brand and a specific tier. Oh my god. There is no excuse for something that stupid.
If this wasn't a 3090 Ti, then we don't have another 3090 Ti that we can take apart.
How the hell did we not know what GPU this thing was?
I thought it was a 3090 Ti.
So we just
You thought it was a 3090 Ti.
casually had a 4090 sitting on the shelf, clearly labeled.
Stating that it should work, despite it not being explicitly compatible.
And they said it should work? What? Components aren't even in the same place between different brands in a lot of cases, let alone different fucking generations of graphics cards.
The company did not tell LMG that it would be 4090 compatible. They told LMG that they could try to use a 4090, but Billet Labs itself had not tested one as it didn't have a 4090 at the time. Water blocks have very specific tolerances and clearances for components, so any
That's an understatement. They are specifically designed to have heat transfer in specific places.
alignment would cause poor contact to the GPU core. LMG decided to try it and continued with the video despite misrepresenting the product massively by using it on an incompatible device that it literally would not fit properly. LTT's presentation goes down the path of being irresponsible, presenting the...
That's not irresponsible. That's just stupid. That is completely stupid. Unless you know that that card was designed for that water block, you do not put them together.
Product is much more difficult to work
Period.
with than it would be if used properly. The conclusion is...
Like, it's a cool product, but it's a bad product.
It looks...
Yeah, I would say, knowing this, LTT tech reviews are a bad product.
That's great.
Yeah, it looks super cool.
Are you just saying it's bad just purely because of the price?
It's bad because it makes absolutely no sense and nobody should buy it. Most of the community is actually really amazing. But there's a vocal minority that looks at something like that and goes, lazy, out of touch, or whatever else. No, I'm just really experienced at this.
Ooh. You got it.
Crap! Did you put it backwards?
Get a shot of that. Look at that.
It found
What the hell?
on the basis of improper installation. This serves no...
What the hell?
Get a shot of that. Look at...
You put the fucking RAM in backwards? How the fuck are you doing tech reviews and you're putting the RAM in backwards?
It founds this conclusion on the basis of improper installation. This serves no one. It needlessly harms a small company, and this kind of behavior can kill someone's life work in a heartbeat, and it'd be based on invalid testing and presentation. One of the company founders posted below the video and stated this, quote, "We love LTT, but it was difficult to watch their criticisms when pretty much every design issue that Linus raised was done for a reason which was all explained to Adam weeks ago. None of which, I guess, was fed back to Linus. We also sent a full instruction manual that seemingly wasn't used. I think there's definitely been a major communication breakdown along the video pipeline. We assumed we'd have a chance to answer any problems that were raised and explain them before it being publicly misrepresented." LMG faced some controversy from its community, at which point it replied on the following WAN show.
Shame.
Down despite a complete lack of accurate or even useful testing.
Nothing would have changed. Nothing that obeys the laws of physics would have changed the conclusion.
That statement is already a reckless and problematic doubling down, considering the elimination of any possibility to change the conclusion including a 20-degree reduction, which should change the conclusion.
If the GPU had been 5 degrees cooler, that would have been the conclusion. If it had been 10 degrees cooler, that would have been the conclusion. If it had been 20 degrees cooler, that would have been the conclusion.
And we're not alone in saying they should have just done it properly. At least then you have grounds to stand on for criticisms.
I also get not wanting to retest, but I do think probably just testing it with the thing that they knew it worked with in the first place probably would have made sense. Because like you're saying,
Yeah, testing it in the scenario in which it was designed to be used might have made sense.
Test results
Maybe.
but if it's just supposed to look cool, then it should be seeded properly so it looks cool.
After about 5 minutes of rambling, the conclusion effectively was, lol, it still sucks though.
Yeah, if it's just supposed to look cool, then why are you even pointing out its temperatures and all that other shit? If the only point is to look cool, then don't even bother getting into the temperatures. But you got into the temperatures.
Linus then, after publicly humiliating and trashing the work of two guys just getting their start in business while relying on zero effort to examine the thing correctly, complains about how he'd have to spend $100 to $500 more on an employee's time to test it properly.
But I'm not... I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I can apologize for not spending another $100, $200, $300, $500 of various people's time sitting and engineering a workaround to a product that no matter the result, nobody should buy.
Now, we don't have any connection to Billet Labs, and that comment was offensive even to us, so we can't imagine how heartbroken they must have been. Linus, in order to protect his company's bottom line, was willing to potentially inflict immeasurable harm to a startup rather than spend, by his own admission, a couple $100 in someone else's time out of the $100 million company's coffers. Making matters worse,
Which should be enough indication to any company considering working with Linus Media Group that they should not work with Linus Media Group.
in conversations with Billet Labs, Gamers Nexus learned that the company asked for the prototype back on June 28th. This would allow them to send it out to other media or use it for further development. Linus Media Group agreed at least twice to return the product. The first time they agreed to send it back was June 30th. At LTX, Linus Media Group put the one-of-a-kind water block up for auction at its extra life.
Are you shitting me? They had a prototype. They were asked to return the prototype. They said they would return the prototype, and then they sold the prototype?
Auction event without the permission of Billet Labs. Billet did not learn of this until around
Wow.
August 11th, at which point it was told the block is gone.
That is fucked up. That's not fucking cool.
Again, this is despite LMG agreeing in late June to send it back as
That's a cool looking case. I like that case. That's really cool looking.
LMG would have no further use for the block. Billet told us that it is now stalled, as it no longer has its best prototype available for continued development. It's also missing one of its GPUs. We voiced to Billet a concern of a potential competitor, many of whom were at LTX where it was auctioned, potentially getting a hold of the block to send it off to be cloned. Whether or not this happened is irrelevant. The point is that there's a
I don't know. That seems pretty relevant if they auctioned it off to somebody.
responsibility that was ignored. The question that you have to ask as a reviewer is, am I being fair when making this type of commentary? And that's regardless of whether you are just an entertainer or you have your entertainer hat on for that video, but not the next one. And this is particularly important for anyone marketing the future of their business's success on the back of objectivity, fairness, data-driven reviews. Another example of this just popped up recently as we were finishing this video. In the short circuit video where Linus Media Group reviewed a mouse in their Not a Review, the company made strong criticisms of the friction of the mouse in the video.
This is not a smooth mouse, and that's really disappointing, especially on a premium gaming mouse. That should be one of the primary focuses.
Ponage then contacted LMG to notify them that LMG had not removed the protective film from the feet of the mouse.
Are you serious? They didn't take the sticker off before using the product? These are just fucking endless amateur mistakes, man. Come on, let alone a company that's making millions of dollars. Millions. They were offered to be bought for $100 million. And they're just making these completely amateur-ass mistakes. Totally inexcusable, man.
Linus noted in the WAN show that the Short Circuit team then posted a pinned comment saying that, in fact, there weren't any stickers on the mouse at the time of testing, and that they stood by their commentary of the product.
The bigger issue here is that our initial correction, which was posted, said, hey, no, it, is high friction, and we did test it, and there were no films on the feet.
Ponage then tweeted publicly with an abrasive statement, but one for which we can't fault them. They point out the irony of being chosen as a gift for LTX's Whaleland attendees, despite the conclusion of the video being this.
The only question that remains is, am I recommending you buy this product? No.
This, we don't think, is about buying favor, but rather the dichotomy between being chosen and then having such an egregious error unfairly undermine the integrity of the product and its chief marketing point. LMG then eventually began the process of replacing the video in place once again. We assume this time with YouTube's trim tool. That'll take a day or two to process. They're cutting the section about friction, but this doesn't fix the problem. They are choosing to leave the content live whose conclusions were at least partially based on massively erroneous work because they don't want to hurt their video performance. People continued to see the original until it processed. That can take a day or two, but they're willing to throw Ponage under the bus one last time by providing feedback that the stickers should be more obvious. For an end user, maybe, but an end user doesn't get paid to test a product, whether or not it's branded as a review. All of this is ethically unacceptable. They like to brand their Short Circuit stuff as unboxings.
We didn't notice there were stickers on the feet of the mouse, so therefore you need to fix your stickers being obvious. God damn, dude. What a fucking clown show.
In other words, not reviews. But it's disingenuous to hide behind that whenever there's a mistake. This magnitude of error is what the mouse, or in the case of the water block, the block is marketed on, which is either glide or thermals. And to screw the strongest marketing point through such an egregious error as not taking the tape off of the product and still leaving the video up, even while processing a cut, is callous to the impact that those choices have on these companies. Linus Media Group is massive. That has to be treated responsibly. There are correct actions. It should result in some sort of immediate trigger, like a removal of the video with a follow-up saying we did it again.
At least a removal of the video.
What's even more disturbing, though, is the community response every time someone has a criticism that's valid. Like when the community beat down Hardware Unboxed for voicing their concerns of LTT's testing accuracy issues, which, while not completely tactful, yes, were valid. Then you look at the recent comments, though, like this, quote, if a professional mouse reviewer couldn't figure it out, what makes you think the average consumer will find the plastic wrapper covered? Quote, Short Circuit is an...
Just because someone calls themselves a professional doesn't mean they are.
Review channel. It's an unboxing and first impressions channel with some labs testing. The conclusion was just David's opinion. He had more issues with the mouse than just the feet. Quote, and if your product can be unboxed by a tech reviewer who does this for a living, and that reviewer doesn't even realize there's packaging that needs to be removed before use, that's bad user experience design of the product that should...
And or that person shouldn't be making a living doing it.
...be called out as a negative. Yes, but calling it out would require...
This is why I don't go on fucking Reddit. Well, I take that back. This is why every time I go on Reddit, I hate the experience. There's nothing but fucking idiots on there pretending to be experts.
...are noticing it as a prerequisite, which a media outlet taking its time would do. Just because Ponage didn't phrase it in exactly the nicest way doesn't mean their point is invalid. The same went for Hardware Unboxed with their concerns. You know, Ponage was defending themselves. They apparently, according to Linus, tried it the nice way first before they wrote that abrasive tweet. And it's after getting humiliated publicly a second time through the pinned response, the first one, that basically said, no, our testing was right, and then people noticed that you could see the film reflecting in the B-roll, or at least we did. They then sent that tweet out, and that it had no tact is irrelevant. So we're not going to try and pretty it up. It is unfair. It's unfair to consumers who get misled to bad purchases or not understanding the product. It's unfair to companies when there are major points that are erroneous and aren't properly addressed or handled. And it's unfair to other reviewers who actually are willing to invest the time and, yes, even $100 or $500 or whatever it takes in some cases to get it done right. And it's sad to see because it undermines all of us. They are prioritizing publishing on a fixed schedule, which they have self-imposed. This isn't, the YouTube algorithm isn't some magic thing that actually needs daily uploads. Does it help? Yeah, sure. But there's a lot of things you could do in business that would help that are maybe not the right thing to do. I'm gonna be real here. It's getting difficult for those of us who try to do things right. And we're not the only review outlet here. We're not alone in this. To wade into a product conversation, especially after LTT, where we have to tiptoe around errors they make and write scripts around it to kind of try and subtly correct it, considering the most devout part of the community's propensity to lash out like you're seeing against these two companies defending themselves. And we don't care anymore. We're just gonna say it like it is. Being new to testing, it doesn't absolve the need for taking responsibility of the content just because you're new to this certain branch of business. And they have to continue to respect the position that the company is in, especially when building the business's future on the back of Labs data. As a leader, you're responsible for what you say, and whether or not you are branded as the CEO, you still have to feel that responsibility for saying the things that are said. Linus Media Group has grown into a massive corporation. It's hired a seasoned CEO to replace Linus. It controls over 120 employees. They affect the purchasing decisions of millions of people, and they brand themselves as an unbiased, for the people outlet. And this is an admirable goal. But the reality right now is that Linus Tech Tips and LMG is acting in a careless, irresponsible way with these bad data points and conclusions, and either laziness or an unwillingness to commit that time, cheapness, whatever it is, focus on the bottom line, all of these things, these irresponsible actions, they can affect, in the worst cases, the life work of an individual, say a smaller company, or in the more common cases, it can just mislead consumers into spending money that they don't have to spend, or on things they don't realize are maybe not the right fit for them because of these problems. Having deep and high-level corporate connections in companies and going easy on manufacturers while then briefly after taking their money for a corporate title sponsorship of a major convention, investing in laptop companies and covering their own products alongside competitors, these are actions that to us raise serious concerns about the objectives of the company. Is it in fact consumer first, or is it more looking at the bottom line? The fun Linus personality in front of all of it doesn't make it simply okay to do these things, to publish bad data so regularly and knowingly in some cases, like.
But it's not just bad data. It's completely misleading information. That's totally different than bad data. If you're making a couple of mistakes here and there on numbers, but if you're literally misrepresenting a product just because you didn't take the stickers off of feet and then you say it's not smooth. that's a false representation of what's actually happening.
Like with the block, and not take the time to do it properly. No matter how funny and goofy the video may be, it simply isn't okay.
It's completely fucking irresponsible is what it is.
The data matters, the consumer matters, the perspective of the consumer also matters now, viewing this company as a sort of reforged, not just entertainment company, and the truth matters. We think there's an eagerness in the less experienced employees, coupled with a lack of disciplined and experienced management, to steer them in the right direction and check for mistakes. So some of this is fine if you are just an entertainer. But if you start marketing your business on accuracy and data and objectivity, like those of us who've occupied the space since the website days, then we should all be held to the same standards. We should all play by the same rules and audience scrutiny and criticisms. And likewise, we as reviewers have to hold ourselves accountable to the same standards, because again, it protects all of us from manufacturers being like, these guys don't do anything useful. So that's kind of it. This is my thoughts on this. And I want to get back to testing stuff, but it was important to us, and I hope that
it is important
before they just jumped to the OMG drama lol comments. But that's it. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
Thank you, Steve. I'm so glad that there's people with integrity in the world, people with a sense of duty, people that are willing to go out of their way to make sure that even other channels are honest and holding them accountable to the consumers and their customers and their viewers. I really like Gamers Nexus. It's one of my favorite channels. You do good work, Steve. I appreciate you. I hope everybody's watching this goes to his channel and gives his videos a like and subscribes. And I'm going to take a break. So let me switch things up here. Get the break time screen and audio set up. And we'll get ready for video number 2 when I return. Linus's terrible response. See you soon. right, we have returned. It's time for part 2. And apparently Linus has, haven't seen any of this video yet. I did watch most of the first one before I reacted to it here. But I haven't seen any of this second video as of yet. And apparently Linus, once again, makes shitty excuses for doing stupid things. I don't think I'm ever going to watch any Linus Tech Tip videos anymore after seeing how badly they represent products, how inaccurate they are, how flawed their numbers are. I mean, after what Steve has revealed, I can't trust Linus anymore at this point. That's sad. I mean, it's bad enough that he would put out mistakes to begin with, but then to refuse to put out corrections on those mistakes. And then when people do catch their mistakes, they just make excuses for the mistakes instead of owning the mistakes that they've made and saying, oh, whoops, we'll do better in the future, and then actually doing better in the future. No, they just make excuses for making the mistakes, and they continue to make mistakes, and they make mistakes frequently. That's inexcusable for a company that's making a ton of money like Linus Media Group. There's no excuse for that kind of crap. None whatsoever. All right, let me mark the time for our return here. We're at 2 hours and 3 minutes. All right, let's start the video.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Hardware News Recap of the Week. We filmed the vast majority of this episode a couple days ago, but Linus Media Group, well, specifically Linus himself, has posted a response to our video, and it's not well thought out. It's pretty disappointing, honestly. So we're going to insert a section and talk about that. Then we'll get into all the other news topics for the week. Before that, this video is brought to you by Arctic and the Liquid Freezer 2 liquid coolers, now including an ARGB model in the lineup. The Liquid Freezer series has been a top performer in our benchmark for years now, and Arctic has continually fine-tuned its products even post-launch with things like kits for Ryzen, ARGB fans for new flare, and new radiator sizes.
But important question, what thermals does it get when you install it backwards?
The company also has its brand new MX6 thermal paste on the market now. Learn more at the links in the description below. So we posted some coverage yesterday with some concerns about data accuracy, ethics, and responsibilities of Linus Media Group. Not going to recap all of that here. You should check that video out before proceeding its necessary context. Linus hastily posted a statement about 3.5 hours after our video went live. The video...
Does he seriously use the freaking Steve Jobs? Freaking... What the hell? He uses the Steve Jobs pose.
About 3.5 hours after our video went live, the video raised concerns again about an incredibly large amount of testing inaccuracy issues, alongside what we believe to be unethical actions and just issues with responsibility as a large outlet in general. Linus's statement, it is an unhinged, unapologetic rant where he shirks responsibility and blames others. He tries to play weird semantic games like saying, quote, "We didn't sell the product, we auctioned it."
What the hell? We didn't sell it, we auctioned it. As if that's somehow better? Are you seriously trying to use a ridiculously weak semantic argument as somehow it's better that way?
Or misrepresent the timeline for when he contacted Billet Labs. He triples down on Billet Labs and says, quote, "I still disagree that the Billet Labs video is an accuracy issue. It's more like I just read the room wrong." That doesn't even make any sense. It's not the job of a reviewer to read the room and tell the room what it wants to hear. That is called a
sycophant.
A sycophant is a perfect word to describe it.
He also said, quote, "We could have retested it with perfect accuracy, but to do so properly, accounting for which cases it could be installed in, not
We could have done our job, but
and which radiators it would be plumbed with, again, a mystery, would have been impossible, and also didn't affect the conclusion of the video, or so I thought." To be clear here, the random caps lock is not us. That's the original emphasis. I mean, we could have retested it with perfect accuracy, but to do so would have been impossible is nonsense. And it's very difficult
it is.
to engage with nonsense. I don't know what that means. Then he completely ignores the enormous video-breaking errors with cooler CPU and GPU testing results and processes that sometimes wildly misrepresent the product stack. Other than the usual platitudes of we wear our imperfection on our sleeves in the interest of ensuring that we stay accountable to you, without explaining how it happened or how they'll fix it. Look.
Wait, what? What was that? I'm sorry. I have to go back to
We're gonna
that.
talk about this today.
Hold on. We wear our imperfection on our sleeves in the interest of ensuring that we stay accountable to you. First of all, you don't admit when you've made a mistake. You make excuses for it. And two, you act like it's not your fault when you do make a mistake. You act like it's the manufacturer's fault. How is that wearing your imperfection on your sleeve or being accountable? You do neither of those two things.
Accountable to you without explaining how it happened or how they'll fix it. Look, we're going to talk about this today, but we're not going to drag this out and make a whole new standalone video about this response because they haven't added anything of substance. The response is immature, it's blaming others, and it's irresponsible to the community they've built. But we are going to talk about some of the issues in this statement nonetheless, and then we're moving on. Let's start with Billet. This is where the story is getting a little bit twisted. We saw some comments about this confirming our concerns that people would lose track of the actual timeline. First of all, we're not going to argue the semantics about an item being sold against the will of a company versus being auctioned, and being for charity, which we already said, doesn't make that better. It makes it worse, because now you're roping in an innocent third party.
Good on you.
Into
because semantics doesn't change the point.
a very awkward situation that can potentially make them look bad by proxy. And secondly, this is actually what we said. The first time they agreed to send it back was June 30th. At LTX, Linus Media Group put the one-of-a-kind water block up for auction at its Extra Life auction event. More seriously, Linus's statement, which reads, quote, "We have already agreed to compensate Billet Labs for the cost of their prototype," uses specific language to imply that this was agreed upon prior to our video launching. Following this forum post from Linus, we reached out to Billet Labs, with whom we'd already had contact, and we asked them the following. We said Linus's comment doesn't expressly say it, but it seems to imply that this agreement was made previously. Billet Labs said no, absolutely not, no, no, no. The only mention of any money to do with the prototype was our response to them after they said they'd auctioned it. And we basically said, you know, that was an expensive prototype. They didn't want us to share the exact dollar amount. Billet continued to explain their email. They said, quote, "I said, do you plan to reimburse us for this? And we heard nothing. We didn't get a response until your video."
Wow. Wow. They didn't even bother responding to Billet Labs until Gamers Nexus put out a video pointing out the fucking thing they just did. What a scumbag, dude.
For it. We asked Billet when it had received that email from Linus, and they noted it arrived about 2 to 3 hours after we published our video, which would have been around the same time that Linus posted the comment on the forums. So he wrote that email and he posted and then said they've already come to an agreement. But at the time he posted it, Billet hadn't responded to the email. And just for the record, we have the timeline of events, so I vetted them. And Linus Media Group did in fact agree to send the block back on June 30th, and they agreed again later, and then they followed up to tell Billet that they would have a tracking number soon, and then it was last seen at the auction at LTX. So today was the first time that Billet had direct contact with Linus. A comment from Linus lower in the forum reads this, quote, Billet sent us a quote. I don't know or care how they arrived at the value. If they're good, I'm good. We asked them about this, and Billet emphasized to us that it had not sent Linus Media Group a quote. It noted that it had expressed a possible value of the block in frustration before our video went up, before this conversation began, after they learned that it had been auctioned previously.
And that doesn't account for the damage done to their brain or their business.
But that this wasn't any kind of quote or invoice. We asked Billet if it had anything further to share, and it said, he's emailed us. We haven't emailed back yet at the time of writing. We thank the community for the support. We stand by everything we've said publicly. Billet noted that they intend to email Linus back prior to sharing any further details. And they also spent a few minutes to express very sincere gratitude to the community. And as they don't have quite as much of a platform, I'm just conveying that to you. They were extremely grateful to the support that they've received from you all. And I do think that they felt some closure on their side. Now we get into something
Good. At least it wasn't a completely one-way train wreck caused by Linus.
important. As far as Linus's belief that we should have reached out to him first, and that not doing so somehow makes the 44 minutes of reporting any less valid, and considering the fact that he said there would have been valuable context such as, quote, the fact that while we haven't sent payment yet, we've already agreed to compensate Billet Labs with the cost of their prototype, which, again, Linus emailed Billet after the video. And this Billet situation is exactly why. This sentence structure makes it appear as if Billet already agreed to some kind of resolution before the video. That's why it's our responsibility when doing proper reporting to ensure that the truth gets to viewers and that it's not misrepresented by a manufacturer. We don't have to reach out to corporations when we think there's a patterned behavior or that there may be a significant chance that they try to cover things up or prepare a pre-written response that could twist the narrative, and in this case, manipulate the audience. Linus willfully ignoring our valid criticisms of data accuracy and some of the ethical concerns, while then trying to manipulate the audience into viewing him as the victim, not just LMG. This was very, it was bizarre. This is why we don't reach out every time. I want to be very clear. We don't have to reach out.
Steve must be a very patient and forgiving person. The language that he uses is very kind. Yeah, in my opinion, Linus is a piece of shit.
Out to corporations prior to reporting on them, period. For big corporations, we don't reach out if the issue already harms consumers or if their view is irrelevant. The Walmart PC, the Alienware PC, any number of products we buy, but we don't need to reach out because the damage is being done actively. And we don't need Linus's input or permission to make that video. LMG's videos are already affecting millions of consumers, and they have objective errors that we covered objectively, and they involved serious ethical concerns, which we raised. And rather than addressing those, he's choosing to try and distract viewers by whining about us not allowing him to comment first. And they've already commented anyway. They did it in all of these various WAN shows. We know what their comment is. We know what they think. And when there's an objective, factual issue, we don't need to reach out. The risk is to the consumer. And these aren't unreleased products. They are public videos with a lot of views. And I am exceptionally disappointed in this response. I am baffled that this was the path chosen. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to this circular deflecting nonsense. As for the rest of the sort of meandering diatribe, it's just bizarre. I really am. I am genuinely just disappointed by this. Here's one such quote. I'm sorry I got the community's priorities mixed up on this one and that we didn't show the billet in the best light. Our intention wasn't to hurt anyone. We wanted no one to buy it because it's
What? Our intention wasn't to hurt anyone, followed immediately by we wanted no one to buy it. And you don't think that hurts the company or the people that make that product that you want no one to buy? What the hell?
Egregious waste of money, no matter what temps it runs at. Another quote, will the "it was a mistake, a bad one, but a mistake, and they're taking care of it" reality manage to have the same reach? This is a very bitter way to admit a mistake, but my answer to that question, because it had a question mark at the end of it, is not if you are insincere and indignant about it. No. He then talks about being real people and said, quote, "Today sucks." Look, guys, I'm not going to mince words to protect my reputation amongst sort of the devout LTT supporters, and that's gaslighting. That's what it is. Like this, we're the victims. Feel bad for us. That's what that is. So it's not acceptable behavior. It is embarrassing. And here's
shameless.
Adam and I were talking about this today. He advocated for retesting it, regardless of how non-viable it was as a product at the time. And I think he expressed really well today why it mattered. It was like making a video about a supercar. It doesn't matter if no one watching will buy it. They just want to see it rip. I missed that, but it wasn't because I didn't care about the consumer. It was because I was so focused on how this product impacted a potential buyer. Bullshit. We know why they didn't do it.
I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I can apologize for not spending another $100, $200, $300, $500 of various people's time.
So I'll wrap this up by saying, look, we had data points in there that were completely ignored. They weren't mentioned at all in any of this. We talked about serious testing issues. We talked about methodological issues. We talked about lack of process. We talked about lack of QC. We talked about the fact that people can look at numbers that are 300% off in some cases, or in the cases of coolers, are just literally incorrect because it was backwards or installed improperly, and how they can get past people. None of that was addressed. This was a layup to say, here's our 10-point plan. Yeah, we f***ed up. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. There's an odd note in the statement about using their notes against them, like as if...
Well, this isn't the first time that Linus has basically blamed everything on someone else either.
we're weaponizing the
Like the backpack warranty shit.
transparency or something. And I want to be clear again. Like the vast majority of the significant errors I found. They're not pinned under their videos. I found them. I went and I looked at the numbers and I compared their own numbers against their own numbers. And I found those errors. Right? Like it's misrepresenting reality here and it is choosing to ignore it. So here's the deal. If LTT releases a new PR-inspired comment after this, or goes on another rant, we probably won't be responding. This was LMG's chance to take responsibility. And he's shown LMG's true colors and what he as the owner really thinks. And we're greatly disappointed at the tripling down rather than proposing future-looking solutions. And at this point, we wouldn't believe them if they released a new statement to try and undo this one, because it's clear to us what the company's owners thought of these issues. And I can't get over this quote. We didn't sell it, we auctioned it. Yeah. Seriously? Like that is what we're gonna open with? Got us. Whatever. We're gonna go back to the rest of hardware news. I'm gonna drop this in. That's your update. Up next.
All right, thanks, Steve. So yeah, that confirms it. I'm definitely never watching Linus Tech Tips ever again. That's sad that they'll just not only give customers and viewers bad information, they'll do a sloppy job at reviewing products and publish it, but then they won't bother correcting anything, and then they'll just make excuses rather than trying to fix their problems. And blame other people for things that they're doing wrong. That's just shameful. There's absolutely no excuse for that kind of shit. Absolutely not. I was already starting to get a bad opinion of Linus from that backpack warranty crap, but this seals the deal, man. What a turd. What a turd. All right. Let's move on to the next video. It's going to be a Generation of Sexless Men. Reaction from Asmon. Let's put that in the time notes here. We're at 2 hours, 21 minutes. Bit of a change of pace from what we've been watching. All right. Away we go.
Rise of incels. I see these videos pop up, and I
got a question. So I understand incel stands for involuntary celibate, but does it count if you just don't care and you don't put any effort into getting laid? Because I don't know if it does. I mean, does that also count as an incel? Anyway.
I love watching videos like this because I will always have a lot of things to say. It's your chat.
Oh, we have a viewer, Doc Brewski. Do you remember the young Madison girl that was hired by Linus after the Asus win a PC contest? I do not. I don't watch a lot of Linus Media Group videos or Linus Tech Tip videos, so I'm not familiar with Madison. Why do you ask? Oh, is she saying that she was like abused at work or something? Terrible work environment? I would be interested in seeing a video of that if there's a video. I mean, at this point, I'm already never going to trust anything Linus has to say about products, but I might as well watch a video if there's something about it. Well, if there's something that comes up about that with a video that I should review or do a reaction to sometime in the future, let me know. If you don't see me cover it, pop in either down in video comments or in the chat room if I'm live. Definitely let me know about that. Who is iCave Dave? Let's see.
The original 1984 Macintosh.
Oh, just an hour ago? All right, well, let's rewind this. We will watch that after this one.
I don't...
Have to update the time chapters here real quick. Okay, 2 hours, 25 minutes. All right, I've never actually watched an iCave Dave movie or video. I don't know why I called it a movie. But here we go.
Do drama videos on YouTube, but Linus Tech Tips is one of the biggest players in the tech space. 15.5 million subs, something like that. And the last couple of days have been rough for them. They've had Gamers Nexus coming out with a video talking about their accuracy and the fact that they've made some mistakes selling stuff that wasn't...
That's pretty light, delicate way of putting it.
actually theirs, admittedly for charity, but still, it happened. But this morning, things have gone to a whole new level. Now, Linus came out and responded to the Gamers Nexus stuff. Now, Gamers Nexus and Linus Tech Tips have worked together in the past. They've not really had beef in the past. Now, Linus came back against Gamers Nexus with like this whole kind of tirade on his forums, and it's not been received well in the community, I think it's fair to say. I'm not going to go into all the details on it.
Yeah, Linus doesn't seem to be handling PR very well. That's definitely being proven out over time. Where Linus just doesn't seem to respond well when he's called out for making mistakes. Like, he never admits to it. He'll never take responsibility for it. He always makes excuses for it, even when it's blatant. And sorry, just give me a second here. I forgot to give these 2 videos likes before I closed them. If you like these videos, make sure you definitely give them a like also.
I just...
Alright, back to it.
But there was a prototype water block that they sold that they shouldn't have sold because it belonged to the company still, and obviously at this charity auction it could have landed in the hands of a competitor. It was like an $800.
Yeah, and that's another thing. If you're going to auction off somebody's prototype, that you're basically just giving away trade secrets at that point. That's like espionage type shit.
Prototype thing shouldn't have been sold. That's all kind of by the by. Gamers Nexus then responded, basically saying this is a terrible response. Like, Linus seems really kind of just annoyed that people have called him out about the accuracy of the reviews and the fact that he can't spend all of this money making sure that things are actually accurate. But then today...
We do tech reviews on our channel, but we can't spend the money and time to make sure that the information we give you is accurate.
Madison Soup on Twitter, who used to work at LTT as their social media coordinator, has posted quite a thread, and if you can hear my phone vibrating in the background, that's because this thread is still going on. Now, I've spoken to Madison very briefly because I was trying to hook her up with a role with someone that I know actually treats their staff well, but this is the crux of it. The allegations in this thread are pretty horrendous. Like, it starts off quite gently, I guess. It starts off by saying that, you know, the workload was quite high, which is understandable. This is a tech, I guess, still a tech startup. It's a small, medium enterprise type thing. But then it moves on, and there was some harassment. There was, like, the fact that she had a personal tragedy at the time of joining LTT, that the, she alleges as well that the terms that she was offered the role on, and apparently was offered the role publicly before she'd been told, were not what she was told in the first place, and she moved from Arizona up to Canada to do the role and didn't find out about these changes until she got there. And then it sounds like it was a pretty toxic work environment where she's alleged to being sexually harassed. She's all sorts of stuff. Like, go and check out the thread. I will link it. I'll put some of it on the screen so you can see kind of what's going on. But it's an absolute... it's damning. It's damning. And I have no reason not to believe her. I don't think anyone should. She left quite quickly. Apparently getting any time off for sickness has been very, very difficult. So it's all out there. It's all public. This is not me revealing anything. But LTT was kind of the source that I went to for my outside of Apple tech news. Like, every Saturday I would wake up and pretty much throw on the WAN show.
Why?
Luke and Linus talking through... Yeah.
I have never once watched the WAN show. Like, I don't get any value from that show. I started watching it for like 10 minutes and it was so fucking boring. Man, it was as boring as my show. Jesus.
The week's tech news and their kind of take on things, and that was kind of where I got my kind of broader stuff, tech linked and you know, short circuit, that kind of thing.
I could understand that if Gamers Nexus didn't exist, but Gamers Nexus is just so much more detailed in the information and their actual, you know, the paces they put their review stuff through. It's just so much. It's on a whole nother level. Why would you even bother with Linus Tech Tips for product reviews? I don't get it.
To watch it, I don't feel comfortable watching it now. I don't know if that's just going to be me. As I say, all of this is talk on the internet. I'm reporting what's been shared already. This is not me, but it is blowing up on Linus Tech Tips forums. Like, it's the #1 post. And yeah, still seems to be developing situation. So I don't want to do a big drama post, but I think it's important to address this kind of thing. Like, there are really good employers out there, and there are obviously terrible employers, and we don't actually know where LTT falls on that at the minute, but I feel like we're seeing the downfall of a media empire on YouTube potentially happening in real time in front of us, with all of the stuff with Gamers Nexus, and now all of this stuff coming out as well.
Wow. All right. Well, I don't think he's got anything more to cover on that, but if that turns out to be true, then not only is Linus a terrible tech reviewer, but he's also a terrible employer. Jesus. Man, even worse than I thought. I mean, I haven't really looked at Linus as a serious, like, deep dive tech reviewer ever. I mean, it's basically just, I'll treat his videos as like the same way I would treat a commercial for a product. I mean, of course, they're only going to say what the company wants you to hear, and they're not going to do any kind of like super deep analysis about the products. But I mean, damn, now I won't even watch any Linus Tech videos at this point anymore. That's sad. All right, Doc says, no, I don't know if what she's claiming is true. People lie all the time, but her claims are going to make this blow up. Yeah. If she was an employee and she's making claims of sexual harassment and stuff like that, they will definitely blow up. That is a certainty. All right, well, let's get back to the Generation of Sexless Men video. We're at 2 hours 33 minutes. Sorry, just updating the chapters so when people come and watch this in the future, they can see the chapters on the timeline at the bottom.
Rise of incels. I see these videos pop up, and I love watching videos like this because I will always have a lot of things to say. It's your chat. It's real. Yep. Here we go. Video of my subreddit. Yes. A video of Twitch.
When I was 10 years old, I had my first real crush. It was 4th grade, and summer was approaching. There were rumors spreading around about a girl in my class named Maddie who apparently liked me. Or rather, more than liked me. As a young kid who hadn't yet been conditioned by the internet, societal norms, or proper manners, I decided to confront her about it. Is it true that you like someone? I said. She replied simply, yes.
Starting off awfully boring.
1,000 times in the hallway in between classes, she told me I was starting to sound like an owl, and she stormed away. But eventually, she did open up about her feelings towards me, and I told her that I had a crush on her, too. But then, summer hits, and I no longer had any way to see her other than romanticizing her yearbook picture in my room. I didn't have a phone, and at most, I'd be lucky to see her online in AOL Instant Messenger. Now, how many of y'all remember that? As the first few weeks...
I do.
I had AOL Instant Messenger, too. Absolutely, man. Yep.
That's my first internet service.
AIM ASL.
Weeks of summer
ASL. I can't even remember how many times I've seen that on the screen before. Holy shit. Like every 5 seconds you'd see somebody say ASL, ASL, and then everybody would type in their location, their age, and their sex. And
being away from her for any longer.
Chat rooms were so damn sloppy when they first started.
So I decided to look up her house phone number in our school's directory and give her a call. After
Doc Brewski says I was a fan of ICQ. What's that? I've never heard of it.
around 9 rings, it went to voicemail, and I left one explaining that it was her classmate Cole trying to talk to her. I then proceeded to call her another 5 times because I had no conception in my head of what...
I'm surprised his parents let him do that. I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, my mom would always be sitting next to the phone. She's like, who are you calling? No, you're not calling him. He's not coming over today. Nope. Not him.
creepy guy would be like.
5 times, yeah.
I was being that creepy guy. Finally,
Right.
she called me back after a few days, and she said to me, "My mom says you need to stop calling me. It's getting weird."
Yep.
She hung up, and we barely spoke to each other again. As I was reflecting back on this story when I thought about the idea for this video,
Yep.
I wondered how radically different this interaction was from what most 10-year-olds do now. And not just 10-year-olds, but people of all ages. It's clear
Have things changed for 10-year-olds?
of dating and how we interact and form relationships in the past 15 years. With kids in single-digit ages having access to any information they could possibly desire at their fingertips,
That's a bit
dating
weird.
apps on the rise.
That is weird. I don't think I would have my kid at 10 years old running around with a freaking cell phone. It doesn't seem like a good idea. It just doesn't.
Becoming more realistic, the landscape of intimacy
I mean, maybe a cell phone, but not internet service, apps, all that shit. 10 years old? No.
has morphed into something scary. The number of sexless men between 18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018. And
Yes, but also the graphics in video games have also tripled.
True. And the story development, the length of games, the size that they take up on your hard drive, those have all tripled.
2008 to 2018. So whenever you think about it, it makes sense. Yeah, it really does make sense. Like once you put everything into perspective here, I've showed this graph before too. There's a lot of guys, and this is the thing, right? Is there's a lot of guys that they don't really do anything. They just sit around all day, and they can't get a girlfriend because they're losers.
So what's that dip there in 2008? I thought that's when the financial crisis happened. So apparently when people lose all their money, they start having more sex. Is that the deal? Wow. Oh, okay. ICQ is an instant messenger. Yeah, I've just never heard of it. Was that part of AOL or was that on a different service?
I don't know. I can't think of anybody like that offhand. Yeah, I can't think of a single one. Wow.
18 to 30 years old tripled from 2008 to 2018. And I can only imagine that it got much, much worse when the pandemic hit.
Yeah,
With
of course.
this has come the rise of the involuntary celibate movement, or incel for
Incel,
short.
yeah.
A group of men who are convinced that they cannot and will not be able to form a relationship with women ever due to all the problems brought upon by the modern dating market.
So I don't know if I would ever consider stuff that happens in chat rooms online or in forums a movement. People take the internet way too fucking seriously. I mean, you have these people that just say the most absurd shit just because they know they're anonymous. And if you talk to them about it in real life, they would never even come close to admitting the same shit that they say online. So why do people take forums like 4chan and super ridiculous, like, put their statements that people say online so seriously? I don't get it. ICQ was a standalone, like its own brand or service. Yeah, I've never heard of it. I didn't know about anything besides AOL until regular internet service providers started coming out.
Well, I think it's also like guys, they don't really have a girlfriend in, like, you know, in middle school, and then you don't have a girlfriend in high school, and then it becomes like a thing because like you didn't do it, and so now you feel like you can't do it, but you want to do it, but you can't do it, and so like it turns into this like weird paradox of like getting your first job or something like that, where you need to have experience, but in order to get the job, you have to have experience, but you can't get experience if you can't get the job. It's like one of these situations. And so you have a lot of guys that get put in that position for, you know, whatever reason. It could be 100 different reasons.
Fair enough. I can agree with that. I mean, I didn't have my first girlfriend until, I can't remember if it was my freshman year or sophomore year, one of those two. And I've had very few girlfriends my entire life.
much of these men's assumptions are based on fact, and
He's
how much of it is
hold
men
up,
in
hold up. I'll read something. He's acting like this is a self-diagnosed thing. No one calls himself an incel. It's mostly an online label used for slander. So, well, I mean, number one, you contradicted yourself because you can't say no one calls himself an incel and then say it's mostly used. I don't think that's true. There are a lot of incel subreddits of people that talk about being incels and they say that they are incels. Yes.
There goes that fucking Reddit crap again. I fucking hate Reddit. It's such a giant piece of shit. Everybody on Reddit acts like they're a goddamn expert in everything, even though they have no experience, no knowledge about anything that they talk about on there.
This is not something that you would do if you...
I don't even understand how the hell Reddit exists. I mean, can anybody ever actually get any valuable information off of Reddit?
You had your real name attached to it, but I think that people often seek out these conversations in an anonymous setting.
Projecting their trauma as a way to cope with the fact that they're fat, lazy, and socially awkward. Today, I want to
Sometimes,
explore that
yes.
question, the ways in which dating and marriage have changed, and what young...
I hate this idea that fat people are always lazy. I'm not lazy. I just don't do a lot of shit. Just because I don't go out of my way to exercise doesn't mean I'm fucking lazy.
men struggling with loneliness can do to improve their current situation so they don't end up an incel, because that is a very, very
well, number one, you have to make more money. Number two, you have to get taller. And number three, did I mention making more money? Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, again.
I don't know. I think it's easier than that. You just have to lower your standards until you find somebody willing to fuck you. It's as simple as that.
lonely path that you do not want to try.
Or just, not care that much about sex and just keep your standards where they should be.
Right on. More choices, more opportunity. First off, we need to deal with the elephant in the room. Online dating. As I was doing research for this video, diving into the depths of internet forums, YouTube videos, and studies, I found a common theme throughout almost all of them. Most of the data collected had to do with dating apps like Tinder. Sadly, this is where a lot of researchers and incels seem to be basing their ideas off of. Before I was doing research, I thought that...
Well, I think it's also like a lot of guys, they want to date a hot girl, but the girls don't want to date them because they're like, they're ugly, right? It's like these guys, they want to date a girl that goes to the gym every day. Meanwhile, they've never been to Planet Fitness even.
True.
Like, this is just what happens. And I think that there's a lot of times where it's like, yeah, a guy can get a girlfriend, but the girl that he wants to date is like way more attractive or higher status, and he's not able to do that.
That's true. I can tell you from personal experience.
Good idea to see where dating is in the modern world.
Okay.
I feel like most of my friends in real life have at least tried online dating, but...
I mean, that's why I don't put a whole lot of effort into dating, because I don't even meet my own standards.
What I found shocked me. The percentage of adults who use Tinder above the age of 18 in the United States by April 2020 was only 13%
not that
total.
much.
17% of men have used Tinder, and just 7% of women have used Tinder. Now,
I feel like, yeah, that's about right. And I feel like if you add in all of the dating apps, right, you're talking about like Plenty of Fish, I don't even, that's the only two that I know. What are some? Bumble, is that another one? Okay, Hinge, Match.com, okay, Cupid, yeah, there you go. Farmers, Christian Mingle.
Farmers Only, yeah.
Grindr, yeah, you put all of these together, and you're probably going to be looking at like 40 to 50%. I'd say somewhere around there.
I bet you didn't even catch the important thing there is that women, all they have to do is go outside and they can get laid. Men, it's not that easy.
There were only 602 respondents for this study, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's closer to 20% total who have used Tinder.
Yeah, sure. I think it's probably more
after the pandemic.
And especially like whenever you consider Tinder is effectively in this conversation interchangeable with any other dating app.
That means 80% of the dating market over the age of 18 has not even used Tinder once. 80%. Not only that, but 80% of the people on dating apps like Tinder are men, and only 20% are women. It's complete.
And that's probably why most women think that men are pigs, because they go to these places and get hit on by these douchebags over and over and over again because there's so many douchebags, and just a like a swarm of men compared to a small, tiny proportion of women, so they're all getting attacked by like a huge crowd.
Yeah, of course it is. Like, it's the same, like, yeah, fucking obviously. Like, personally, I've never used Tinder before. I've never used any of these dating apps. I didn't really get into it. It's not my thing. If there...
I had one installed for a couple days, I think, once. Opened it and looked at it once and tried it out for like an hour and never got any responses, so I uninstalled the shit.
Like, back in the day, if there was a hot girl, I would just find her on Facebook. I would just message her like, hey, you're really hot. You know, do you want to start talking? And that would be...
Hey, you're hot. You want to hang out?
Yeah. So it's not like I would just use social networking sites as dating apps.
That's all it takes when your standards are low enough.
It's not like I never did this. I just didn't get a dating app exclusively for this.
Completely skewed in women's favor, meaning they have endless options that they can choose from on these apps. When you take 20% of people on a dating app and you allow them to choose from a pool of 80% of people on that app, it's no wonder that pretty much only the above attractive guys are getting swiped on.
Exactly.
Women have endless choices on these apps, whereas men would be lucky getting even one match. And frankly, what I've heard from women and what I've seen on most of these dating apps from like my friends showing me or something, most men's dating profiles are not exactly optimized. When a woman...
No, they don't min-max it at all. Like, they have like a picture of like, it's like them with like a popped collar and a Bud Light or something like that. And it's like the thing is like, yeah, I love bitches. You know, I like fucking bitches. I got a fucking problem. And it's like this guy, and he's like 110 pounds, and he's 5'9", and he's wearing a 3XL t-shirt. Guess what? You're gonna have a hard time finding anybody. But if you go down to some of these like fucking these ratchet ass clubs downtown, I'm sure that guy could find a girlfriend. He's just looking in the wrong place.
I would have to agree with that.
Based on your appearance and some lines in your bio, then the main determiner as to whether she's gonna swipe or not is your looks. And the same is for us guys. So if you add most...
It's not the same for us guys. Any guy, so like, this is my assumption that if you are looking at dating profiles, obviously, first thing you look at, is she hot? If you've, alright, established that, you look at, does she have any kids? And if the answer to those questions both is like, yes, she's hot, no, she doesn't have any kids, that's a yes. It's that simple.
Men being bad at taking photos of themselves onto the fact that women can get the cream of the crop guys even if they're just average looking, then you can convince an average looking or above average looking guy that they're way uglier than they are because they aren't getting any matches. These apps completely distort who and what you actually are like in reality. When this happens, and since this is happening more often...
Oh, that's so fucking true, man. I'm gonna fucking hit you guys with a red pill. Man, there's some people that
That's true, because most guys aren't going to bother going to fucking the salon and getting made all pretty and then putting on like a brand new outfit and then going to glamour shots to get their photo taken. They're just going to pull out their phone, snap a fucking selfie, slap it on their profile. Good enough. Done. There you go. I muted it.
Completely distort who and what you actually are like in reality. When this happens, and since this is happening more often...
Oh, that's so fucking true, man. I'm gonna fucking hit you guys with a red pill. Man, there's some people that I meet them in real life, they don't look the same.
Gotta go to work. All right, have a good day at work. Hope you enjoy yourself. Thanks for stopping by and watching the video. Appreciate you.
Same way they did on the internet. I'll tell you, that's a fact. Some of them, I didn't even recognize them. I didn't even know who they were.
We see more and more men running to online communities to confirm their biases. The human brain naturally will look for things to confirm how it feels about reality in that present moment. And so you'll get a guy who in real life is actually not too bad looking, reading all these black pill and incel Reddit posts about how it's over for even average looking guys, and a bunch of stories similar to what he just went through on a dating app. And he will...
I've been on these subreddits before. I've read them.
You've read it?
Multiple times.
Good job.
and it sucks. I mean, the thing is, like, it's always funny to meme on it, but there are a lot of guys that are in like a bad position. You know, it just sucks. I mean, they feel like they have, you know, they have low self-esteem. I think like the worst one for guys, I would say, is probably being short, because if you're short, there's nothing you can do about that, right? Like for me, I'm a skinny fucking guy. I'm a very skinny guy, and I'm gonna be honest. Whenever I was growing up,
True, you are skinny as fuck, man. I've seen you stand up and go to the bathroom before.
I felt
Yeah, I'd say you're on the verge of anorexia, which is blowing my mind because you drink like these huge jugs of soda all the time.
really self-conscious about this. If you go back and you watch a lot of my old videos, you'll see that I never even show my arms in my videos because I was self-conscious about it back then. I didn't like being very, very skinny. It hurt me a lot. I even used to wear a shirt in the pool, right? And this would bother me quite a bit. But, you know, now that I'm older and all of the people that, you know, I felt were at a healthy weight then, well, now all of them are fat. And I'm not. So look who's winning now. Yeah.
Yeah, well, good job on having a decent metabolism. Congratulations.
They've got, yeah, so I've got no problems with it now. I'm not complaining anymore. But the fact is that even back then, I could have just gone to the gym. I could have done something about that. If you're really skinny or you're really fat, Jeff was really fat, Cody was skinny, they both went to the gym, and they both worked out a lot, and then they have a much better physique. Both of them, right? Like, that's something that you can do.
I hate when people act like all you have to do is go to the fucking gym. It's so easy. No. You have to have a regular fucking schedule. You're at the gym multiple hours every week for years to get a good physique. It's not just fucking go to the gym once in a while and you're fine. That's all you gotta do. Super easy. Pull your head out of your ass and quit saying shit like that, people. It ain't fucking easy. You gotta be dedicated.
You can do that if you want to do that. You know, if you don't have a lot of money, you can fix that. But being short, bro, like you're fucked. Like, you're just straight up fucked. It's crazy to me how somehow it's less socially acceptable to make fun of a woman's weight than it is to make fun of a man's height. I can't believe that. You know, maybe that's an incel take from me, but I always thought that was a little bit of bullshit.
Now, granted, can't do anything about being short, but it ain't easy to lose weight.
I think there's no hope. And if you think there's no hope for you, and that's the mindset that you're giving off to the world, then yeah, nobody's going to be attracted to you in real life. But we're going to be talking about the impact of the rise of mental health issues soon. We need to stop basing and correlating online dating statistics with real life. It's been shown that the majority of people are only...
What we really need to do is stop acting like people know what they're talking about. And everybody out there, all right, if you have self-esteem issues, just realize that 99.99999% of the entire world's population is a bunch of self-righteous, indignant assholes that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
On dating apps as a confidence booster anyways. It's a tool for validation, not for true intimacy and connection. Okay,
That's crazy. I feel like, do guys do that, or is that a girl thing? Like, bro, I never even heard of that before. Like, do people actually do that shit? Like, yeah,
I missed something.
Both? Damn, that's nuts.
Do what shit? What's he talking about?
That the majority of people are only on dating apps as a confidence booster anyways. It's a tool.
Oh, to use it as a confidence booster?
Like, yeah.
I'm sure there are guys that do that. I mean, if you get confidence boosted from using a dating app, why wouldn't you go there for a confidence boost? I'm sure there's people that do that.
Both? Damn, that's nuts. Guys do that? Yeah, to think like, oh yeah, I could, maybe, I don't know. I never heard that before.
Most women can choose from the top percentile of men.
It's probably because you're not one of the people that would be able to get a confidence boost from a dating app.
yeah.
Plus, they can only judge you based on your looks. Plus, they're only on there because they want a confidence booster and not because they actually want you. Then why the hell are we taking evidence and statistics from dating apps?
Well, it's also the opposite too, because like, have you ever been working at an office and there's only one girl there that's around your age, and every other person there is like 47 with 3 kids, and so this girl is proportionally way fucking hotter than she would naturally be in like an average environment. Yes, at the IRS.
That is true. That's also why hot girls will walk around with uglier girls as friends, and they'll never go out by themselves. They'll always make sure that they're in groups, so the hottest girl even makes themselves look even hotter, or if they're not super hot, then they have friends that are even uglier around them so that they do kind of look hot. That's a well-known tactic of packs of women.
Exactly. Yeah, there was definitely one of those there for the IRS for me. 100%. Yeah, and so it works the opposite way too. It's like if there's only one girl there, well, I mean, shit. You know, I guess we're gonna have to simp for her now. Warehouse syndrome.
So seriously, in the first place, men, my advice to you, if you are an average or below average looking guy right now, just don't use dating apps at all. Honestly, you probably don't stand a chance. But here's the good news. The online
That's actually
world,
not true. I mean, like, again, I'm an ugly dude, okay? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm a fucking ugly dude. And if you just send a girl a message, like, you will automatically be above the bottom 20% of guys if you don't send your dick. Just don't send a picture of your dick, and you're automatically over like 20 or 30% of guys. If you don't ask for nudes within like the
Sadly, that's probably true.
first probably 10 minutes of talking, that's another 20%. So just get good at talking to people. That helps a lot. Confidence does big work. Yeah, it does.
You know, the best advice I ever heard was just hang out where women are and talk to them like they're average people, and like you're not trying to get a date, that you just want to hang out and have a conversation. It's the best advice I've ever heard.
is not real life. That is a phrase you'll be hearing me say throughout this entire video, and the online world is completely screwing up your mental health. That is why I want to talk about something that I think so many of you could benefit from before you step your feet into the dating world again and you try to pursue something meaningful, which is therapy, and specifically online therapy with the sponsor of the video.
We're gonna skip the ads. Ad skipping time.
Culture is just a lot of traumatized men projecting their traumas and trying to cope with the fact that they have these problems, these mindset problems, and all these mental health problems that are
I don't think it's all a mindset problem.
True. It's not.
I think that if you are shorter than average, or even average height, because average height is not 6 feet tall. If you are shorter than average or just average height, if you don't have a great job, if you, you're not a really good-looking guy, I think you're gonna have a really hard time. Yeah, you're gonna have a fucking hard time. You gotta have to work harder.
Need to correct that. It's not having a great job. It's having a bunch of money.
That's it. Yeah, there's some reality in it, man. Now, obviously, a lot of people, it's the same thing as in video games, right? It's like, well, like we have a, let's say a Fury Warrior who's doing a lot of damage in our next raid. So like Fury Warriors are actually really good. But like if you actually go and you look at the statistics, Fury Warriors are really at the bottom of the meter. So like just because you have like one Fury Warrior that does really well, doesn't necessarily mean that it disproves the rule.
Completely destroying the way reality actually is. And so if you can really open up to someone like a therapist and someone who can actually help you overcome this trauma and all of your bad mental health habits that you have and your low self-esteem, then you can start getting towards the path of being someone who naturally is confident and attractive. On BetterHelp, you can start communicating.
Nope, still ad time. Skipping the ad.
Others, then you can go to better decline in marriage rates. Why is this happening? Our women apps has come first month at betterhelp.com/Cole. Now,
Interesting.
along with the rise of dating apps has come a sharp decline in marriage rates. Why is this happening? Are women becoming
Because marriage is stupid.
real life and not just dating apps?
I think it's also because you.
Let me put that in a more eloquent way. Because marriage, the only purpose for marriage, other than, you know, some religious thing from way back in the day when religious was like something that people actually thought was a good idea, and they're starting to wake up and realize that religion is as bad as it actually is. So they shouldn't be taking religious ideals to heart and building their life around these ridiculous old religious institutions. Once you get rid of that, then the only thing marriage does is legally tie you to another person and force you to share everything with that person legally. And that means that when you want to get separated, if you're making any money and that other person isn't making any money, then you have to give half of your money to that other person. And then it also leads to this issue of having divorce proceedings. And nobody wants to go through divorce proceedings because relationships typically don't work out. On average, more relationships fail than succeed because people are willing to get into deep, long-term monogamous relationships with people before they realize that this person does not fit with them. So, marriage is dumb.
Can't make a living as easily now.
Now, I mean, sure, if you find somebody that you definitely want to spend the rest of your life with, you're both wanting to be monogamous, or if, you know, even if you want to have an open relationship, but you're absolutely certain that this is the person that you want to be in a like a locked-in legal partnership for the rest of your life, then sure. I mean, if marriage matters to you, then get married.
Now, as you were able
Or just to take advantage of the tax break, I guess.
to back in the fucking 50s or the 60s. So it's like, obviously, marriage rates are going to go down because it's harder to settle down and make a living. People are saddled with insurmountable student aid debt. And, you know, people like my parents, I think, got married whenever they're like 27 or 28 or something like that. I feel like, yeah, a lot.
I mean, to me, it seems like it's just more of people are just breaking with traditions that don't have any real benefit. Like, people are realizing that there's no benefit to holding on to these old traditional ideas that were made hundreds of years ago, and it doesn't serve any good purpose to your life at this point. So why hold on to them?
A lot of people's parents probably got married younger than maybe you did. I think there's a lot of reasons.
I got married in my 20s, my early 20s, and like when I was actually 20 years old, it lasted like a year and a half, and it was fucking awful. It was it was like one of the worst decisions I ever made.
Economic and also social. I feel like that explains no kids, not marriage decrease. I feel like kids and marriage are kind of hand in hand with a lot of people.
Women
Probably.
more
Fair enough.
promiscuous, only choosing the Chads and Tyrones as attractive men are commonly referred to.
True.
As an incel, I'm sure
Based.
that's the argument that you want to make, but that's not
Yeah.
the entire story. What incels fail to realize is that women now have more of an opportunity to not be forced to be in a relationship with a man that they don't want to be in a relationship with.
That's definitely true, right? It's like if you had a kid with a guy because, you know, it's harder to get contraception back in the day, you're going to have like a much bigger reason to stay with the guy. Whereas like now, whenever you can get birth control a lot easier, it's like you're not going to have to worry about it, right? You want to break up with them, it's not a big deal. It's not like you have any, there's no strings attached.
And 100 years ago, marriage was pretty much a necessity for women. They had less flexibility with the jobs that they could pursue, and the amount of things that they could do only if they were married is pretty astonishing. It's something I first found out when I interviewed people on the street about modern dating.
When we were younger and dating, I mean, you had to get married if you wanted. You couldn't check into a hotel room unless you were married. You couldn't get a an apartment unless you were married. And so you know, society kind of dictated that I couldn't get a job, you know, my first teaching job unless I was married. So that's
Holy
changed,
shit,
obviously.
that's
And,
crazy.
and so there's less pressure.
Is it really a bad thing that...
What the fuck, dude? That's so weird. Oh my god.
I didn't even know about that. That's a even bigger reason why the marriage has gone down. You pretty much had to get married back then. Now you don't. Fuck that. Why even bother? It doesn't benefit anybody.
God, shit was crazy? Yeah. What the fuck?
Women aren't forced to date and marry just anyone now. A lot of men like to use the statistic that 50% of marriages end up in divorce as an excuse to not even bother trying to find a partner. But
That's not an excuse. That's a reason.
divorce rates have been dropping steadily, probably due in part to the fact that women are no longer thinking to themselves, oh shit, if I
Because they're not getting married to shitty people in the first place, so they don't have to get divorced.
don't get married at some point, I can't do anything. Guess I'll
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like a fucking like, oh, I have to get married at 25.
just marry a dude who I don't even find that attractive, but it's worth it anyways. Like, are we seeing that as a bad thing? Now, I still think marriage is set up to be much more advantageous to women, but the reason I'm using that example is just to show how much more freedom that women have now.
Oh
At
yeah,
least in-
100%. Like, yeah. Because, like, if it's back in the fucking 1800s or the 1900s, it's a lot harder to go and, you know, like, go on your own as a woman. Like, I'm not talking about, like, nowadays, right? Nowadays, women have a lot of options. Obviously, like, there's always going to be problems and setbacks, etc. But, you know, in general, women have gotten a lot better than they did back then. And, holy shit. It's a much different thing. Now, to me, I've always said that I think that marriage is best for the kids, and you know, I'm an advocate of marriage. One day, I hope to get married if I ever.
If you want to have like the traditional family unit, sure. I mean, that makes sense. If you want to raise children, sure.
Have a girlfriend or something like that, and I want to take it more seriously, I would absolutely get married. It's not even a question to me. Now, I know that there are some people and some guys that are like, oh, well, this is, you know, like, you're going to get taken advantage of, etc. Now, I feel like there's a lot of girls, like, here's the thing, is that, like, if you're a girl and you have a kid with a guy and then the guy leaves you, it is way fucking harder to get another boyfriend. It's way fucking harder. And you have, like, all of these fucking problems, right? With, like, you know, your boyfriend getting along with your kid and all of this shit. Like, a lot of guys, I mean, let's be honest, boys. How many of you guys, if you see a girl that has a kid, she's automatically off the menu? How many of you guys feel that way? Call them projects? Yeah.
I mean, if you're wanting to have a kid, I guess it shouldn't really matter. Unless, you know, the kid's teenager, because most teenagers are assholes. You don't want to deal with that.
You're not going to play somebody else's saved game. Yeah, it's very, very common. Me. Right. Okay. So that's one of the reasons why they have marriage. Yep, that's one of the reasons. So I don't think it's as cut and dried as it's more advantageous for women than men. I do, however, think that probably in terms of child custody, that is true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, yeah, is it the same for single dads? I think it is much less the case for single dads because in a way, like, most moms are more involved with their kids' lives, like single parents. Like, you look at most average, there are way more single moms with a kid than single dads with a kid. But I do think that, yes, of course it would probably be the issue with anybody. Yeah, for sure. Not true. There are a lot hunting single there are a lot of hurting single dads. Oh yeah, for sure. It's not there's never going to be this isn't a 100% situation. I just think it's a trend. That's all.
In that regard, they can now
It's okay
make
to have,
just
oh
as-
yeah, yo, real quick. It's totally fucking fine. If you don't want to date a girl that has a kid, that's fine. That's totally fine. Then don't do it. Yeah, then don't do it. Like, that's it. Yeah, I it's a preference. Yeah, you do it.
Are there people that get mad at you if you don't want to date women with kids? Is that a sin?
Date whoever you want.
Much money as men
don't
and
date
have the
whoever you
option to choose when they want to settle down and with whom. Perhaps
Yeah.
in this case, we can now make the argument that women have the ability to be more picky, but maybe they've always been like that, but they just never had the opportunity to use that. So now the men who lack desirability
And I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, to say that, like, women have the ability to be more picky, I think that's probably a good thing.
It is definitely a good thing. It helps evolution weed out all the douchebags.
Because it's agency. I think everybody should have agency over their own future.
are being exposed because they can't just force women to.
But then you have the problem of the brain dead, like, country bumpkins breed more often than people that are intelligent, because the intelligent people are spending too much time on their careers and you know, things of intelligence rather than making babies all the time, and they usually don't make multiple babies, or not as many babies as the people that have no education and no career. So then there's that problem, which is, I mean, it kind of fights back against weeding out. So I mean, at least there's some kind of resistance to that with women being more picky.
To marry them. And I don't
Yeah.
think it's at all.
Yeah,
taken to
I
the-
was thinking about this the other day, you know? Because, like, back in the day, people used to have, like, 6 wives. What moron?
People still do that shit. It's called the Mormon Church.
3,000 years ago got rid of that. How did this happen? Like, what fucking idiot got rid of this? Where did this go away? Like, I mean, you think of...
Sounds to me like you're not so much into marriage and monogamy. You want to have an open relationship, Asmon. I mean, which there's nothing wrong with.
about this. Yes, it's like we used to have that, and now it's gone. How the fuck did this happen? Christianity?
That
shit.
That people like incels think. For example, a common argument is that most women want a guy
Jesus.
that is 6 feet or over. If you're a guy below 6 feet, then don't even try. That's a common saying among communities like the incels and the black pillars. But if you really go past all the traumatized guys spamming that in the comment section,
I should watch this.
But if you
100 black pill beliefs in one video. Oh, that's a good one. I should definitely watch that. That's a great idea.
Really go past all the traumatized guys spamming that in the comment section, question what they are spamming, an ability that most people don't have the capability of doing, and look at real life. That is not the case at all. A study published by Rice University showed that 49% of women want to date a guy taller than them.
I love how guys act like this is women being fucking picky and it's not fair, but meanwhile they're like, yeah, I want to grow with really big boobs. Yeah, I think that's we've got to have that. Absolutely. Yeah, and they're like,
See, I'm not a big fan of the big boobs, because what big boobs leads to is saggy boobs. The bigger they are, the more they're gonna sag. I like them small handful of boobs, because they stay right where they are. It's break time for me. Mark down the time here. We're at 3 hours 14. Well, we'll call it, 3 hours 14 minutes. Might as well. Cloud error. What do you mean cloud error? Why do you have to make a perp noise? Shit's annoying. Just pop up the notification without the noise. Oh yeah, break time. Can mark the time. I'll call it 3 hours 14 minutes. Screw it. Okay, save that, and switch screens and turn on the music. Mute my microphone and I'll be back soon. See ya. All right, sorry for the extended break. Had to make myself a little dinner. Got a bucket of stir fry here. All right, let me mark down the time. We are at 3:55. Let's see. That rice is still a little bit crunchy. Those instructions are wrong. Definitely needed more water and more time. Why is the game not showing? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Let's get this video going.
Like, yeah, but these fucking superficial hoes only want tall guys.
The average height for a woman
is
is 5'4", and the average height of a male is 5'8". This means that as long as you're 5'5" and over, you still have a chance with the average women. And even if you are under 5'5", you still have 51% of the dating market that's willing to date you. You absolutely still stand a chance so long as you have what is considered to be desirable to most women in real life. And don't worry, I'll be going over why most men are not desirable these days and how you can be more desirable.
I think that whenever he goes that, it's going to be like a checklist of things that I do. You know, like it's going to be, yeah. Basically, I've told...
I mean, would you be surprised with the way you talk, Asmon? I mean, come on. I'm not.
People that I've crafted my own infinity gauntlet of being an incel. Right? Never shower, play video games all day, live at mom's house. Let's see, what are the other ones? Balding. And let's see, is there another one? Done wash hands? Yeah, bad teeth. It's a minor thing. Yeah, I'll have to think of one more.
Not even a single thought towards how you talk to people?
Yeah, I'm sure I can think of one.
I mean, I don't mind the swearing or the saying fuck them all the time. It's just the general attitude of I'm going to be abusive or troll other people, and I don't care how they feel about it. Like that kind of attitude.
Yeah, I'm not social. Completely antisocial. Yes, I have the infinity gauntlet. The Exodia.
At the end of the video. Unrealistic expectations and the change in social values.
Yes.
Can we all agree that the pandemic a lot of things up? Loneliness and mental health issues skyrocketed. People...
That's crazy, man. Like, I had no problem. My life did not change at all during the pandemic.
Because you're always at home, right?
It didn't change at all. Like, I was fine.
Could not interact with each other in real life anymore for the past couple years, and till this day, many people still haven't fully recovered from what used to be much more extreme, and they rarely go outside. This trend was already starting to become more prominent, but the pandemic just sped it up tenfold.
Yeah, it did.
No longer are teenagers interacting occasionally through AOL Instant Messenger and having to get their fix of actual social connection through real life. My generation was probably the last one where we at least had a childhood and some teenage years.
And I think there's also like the reality where, have you ever talked to a girl online and then you met her in real life and she was like really fucking annoying and you realize like it's not worth it? Yeah, it's like, this is like, I thought this was gonna be a great idea. Like, this is really fucking annoying. Like, I don't want.
No, but I have met women in real life that started off tolerable and then became really fucking annoying.
To deal with it. And I think, like, if you have a few of those circumstances, I think it'll cause guys to lower their standards a bit, because maybe the standards are holding them back. Yeah, my wife. That's great, man. I'm happy for you.
Without a smartphone. But now, the virtual world makes the real world go round. So what happens when you take the majority of kids growing up and give them unlimited access to a device where every app is designed to keep you on it for as long as possible, that highlight drama, negativity?
Well, those kids will have a seriously demented view of the world. They have absolutely zero social skills, and they'll treat each other like shit.
What's wrong with dating, men getting cheated on, women getting cheated on, tweets about really bad relationships. It starts to give everyone, both men and women, completely unrealistic expectations. You get a whole generation of people spending half of their waking hours in a reality that does not at all reflect how things actually are. Not only that, but it's so easy to feel like you're getting some form of connection by interacting with people online or watching videos of others, or to use it as a distraction from working on a version of you that is unmotivated, unappealing, and unconfident. It's something that I explained in detail in my video, The Love Shortage. For men, there's a couple key problems. First, there's dirty websites. Having access to this type of content at such a young age will absolutely shape the way most men view women and how they think.
Oh, that's definitely true, right? I mean, I'm gonna
women like being treated on a sub.
No,
I need to change that. So,
I can't agree with that. I've had access to porn ever since I was 12 years old. It didn't shape my view about women. Not in any way. What does shape my view about women is how I want to be treated. You know, I view, regardless of what genitalia you have, or maybe this is just, you know, being more mature as you get older. I used to be a whole lot more insensitive, let's say, uncaring, and now I basically just think, you know, how would I feel if somebody did that shit to me? And I treat that as my guiding post for pretty much everything.
Thing to look at, but like, just in general, yeah, absolutely. It's like you fucking grow up and you know, you spend all your time on these weird fucking websites. Then by the time that you're 25, the only things that you're sexually attracted to are animals that don't exist. Yeah, that's a fucking problem. That's absolutely a fucking problem, man.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Conscious level, your brain is going to be focused on all the wrong things, and you'll never be able to go beyond superficiality. You'll just be thinking of creepy ways that you can get her to do stuff with you. But the even bigger problem is what happens when men get rejected a couple times. If they haven't been taught at a young age how to approach women, be more confident, and handle rejection, which is the situation that most men find themselves in, then they will hate themselves and others. And when this happens, they will start to think that they're just destined to never find a girl who likes them. All of us guys know the complete destruction of self-esteem that a girl
That's how I felt
can have on us
when I was a teenager.
In that mental stage of basing our worth based on whether that girl approves of us or not. In some cases, men can get completely traumatized if their situation is bad enough. So naturally,
I'm pretty sure that's how all teenagers feel.
Advice or for some sort of confirmation.
Right, and the thing is, if you go to the internet like that, yes, that happened to me. I was very upset about it, and it's denied 115 times. Well, it was a long time. It's a numbers game. Yeah, it was awful, man. Simply stop caring. Well, the way that I kind of got over that is, it's instead of just trying to talk to one of them, you'll talk to like 5 or 10 at a time, and then based off of that, you know, whichever one is going better, you just focus on that one instead. Like, that's what, you know, again, I get me and Cody to come back, and Cody to come over at some time, and we'll talk about what it used to be, because that's what it was. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I'm not saying I do that shit now or anything, but I'm saying, like, when I was like 20 or 21, like 22, 19, absolutely. Fucking absolutely, without a question. Not anymore? No, I can't. Bro, I can't. Like, you think I could fucking go and, like, DM, like, 20 girls? Like, oh, hey, you're really hot? No, they're gonna post that shit on Twitter. I'm gonna look like an asshole. I can't do it.
True.
Remember, like, who was that guy? That holy fuck, that body of yours is insane? I don't want to have that happen to me. Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen. No way, Adam Levine. Yeah, that guy looked like a fucking fool, man. No shot. I'm gonna put myself in that position.
Because they are in a state of mind that is looking for reasons as to why it's not their fault they got rejected, because they lack the ability to take responsibility, which is a trait that turns off a lot of women anyways, they eventually find themselves on these forums or videos that talk about how men are screwed if they don't have a ton of money, six-pack abs, and they're
By the way, women have these same fucking groups and these same support groups, by the way. Well, I don't want people to think that, like, this is some kind of, like, toxic male trait. Women do this same shit. Men are trash.
And on all of these videos, the majority of the people in the comments completely agree with what the person is saying.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course they do, because they don't want to take accountability for the fact that they are
No, it's not just because that. It's because a lot of the guys that are on the fucking internet, it's like whenever I was dating Izzy, I didn't have a lot of time to be on the internet commenting, because it's like whenever you have a girlfriend, especially with Izzy, it's like you had to do, it's like 20 extra daily quests every single day. Right? It's like we had to go out and we had to, oh, it's Sunday, we have to go out and buy candles. All right, and so then after you buy the candles, it's like, well, there's this nice restaurant full of a bunch of food you don't want. Well, we're going.
That's the first red flag for me. If they want to go fucking shopping on a schedule rather than when they actually need shit, fuck no, that's not for me.
There, and I'm bringing my friends. Oh, great. And you're paying for, oh, great. This is what a wonderful time. And then get home. Oh, well, you never watched anything with me. All right, well, now we've got to watch a show together. And before you know it, and then I want to get on the game. She's like, well, I'm going to go to bed, so you've got to come to bed. Okay, all right. So I never would have had any time to comment and complain.
That sounds like a terrible relationship.
I wouldn't have any time. Like, what? Yeah, there's nothing. When would I ever get onto the internet to watch one of these videos? Yeah, yeah. It's so many dailies.
They don't take care of themselves, and they're socially awkward and have no game. This creates these pill bubbles, as I like to call them, where people can't see a real objective approach to reality and dating outside
Well,
of
I think that the problem with the black pill and the red pill stuff is that some of it is true. Right? It is fucking true. If you're ugly and...
Well, if you look at any cult, they have some basis in reality. It's true with religion, true with political parties, it's true with all the cults of the world. They always have some connection to reality. That doesn't mean there's any reason to follow them.
And you're short, you're going to have a harder time. It's a fact. Like, that's it. And I think it's just, it's not contextual. Sometimes it's not contextualized around the fact that, like, sometimes you can overcome these things too.
whatever pill content they're taking, whether that's black or red pill.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of guys coming together, all projecting their trauma and playing the victim because they got rejected a few times or they had their women cheat on them, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But with that being said, I know that I'm going to get attacked for that in the comments. There are some things that these pill people, whatever, say that are in fact true. When you
it's what I said.
subscribe to that ideal and you think this is
Imagine
the
that.
only way that reality is, then
Crazy people say some things that are true.
yeah,
Wow.
you get to a very doom and gloom mindset if you take it too seriously and you're just so invested in these online things and what everybody is saying in the comments.
But see, that's what they do. They start with some fact or something that's actually happening, and then they associate it with all these fucking ridiculous, crazy fucking things that have absolutely nothing to do with that fact or reality.
comments like,
Yeah.
yes, dude, yes, that's how it is. That's how it is. Like, go.
It's just, bro, what? This guy's delusional. There's actual statistics he's ignoring. Are you a person or are you a statistic? There are a lot of statistics that you, by the nature of the fact that you exist, you have already overcome. He's right, and that's what I was saying, is that it is true.
Go outside. If you consume enough of this content, it'll start to shape your worldview, and you'll give up hope. Bro, look at this graph this random YouTuber made that said my jawline isn't perfectly aligned so that I can get girls. Bro, look at all these guys in these comments that I don't realize are basement dwellers with zero experience. This content is not real life. But if you believe in it enough, then you'll approach every potential situation with a girl with the mindset of, what's the point of even doing this anyway?
By the way, I think that accelerationism will lead to it becoming more like real life. And more superficial ideals and things that are artificial will become more valuable. And these extremes and these types of, you know, if you don't have X, Y, and Z, you're a nobody. I think these are going to become more and more common and way more prevalent. Because
that is true if we don't stop acting like every ridiculous thing somebody says on the internet is something that a million fucking people are saying.
Online life is merging with real life. I think that saying online life is different from real life today is a much more gray statement than it was 10 years ago. And 10 years before that, it's a much less gray statement as well.
All right, I gotta go grab some water. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, thanks for waiting for me.
She's not gonna like me, I'm so ugly, everything sucks, and that is gonna be unattractive, and of course she's gonna reject you then, and then the cycle's gonna go on and on. Of course, we should take responsibility for our trauma and where we're at as men, but I do think for a subset of women, their expectations of what they think they deserve has also gone completely haywire. Now that
we've always seen these. We've seen these,
It depends on the individual. Not everybody has the same expectations. That's another thing we've been doing since the beginning of frickin' time. Why does everybody have to be put into this huge fucking box? Why does everybody have to make assumptions about entire fucking groups of people rather than just saying this particular thing is a problem? don't have ridiculous expectations, rather than saying women now have ridiculous expectations. That's not true. Sure, some men may have ridiculous expectations. Why does everybody have to fucking general? I'm sorry, I'm generalizing right now. Why do so many people have to fucking generalize?
You know, the pictures of the single moms that want a guy that makes over $240,000 a year, and she has like 3 different kids with 4 different guys. Somehow that happened. Yeah, it of course. Yeah, there's gonna be delusional women too. Yeah.
It is easier than ever for women to get validation from hundreds, if not thousands of guys simply just by having a social media presence. They will only want the best of the best, and they think they deserve that. And here's the thing about even below average looking women. They'll get the attention, because guys who have been brought up by dirty websites, who are controlled by what's in their pants and haven't had a father figure to tell them how to actually interact with women, will simp over.
Or just simplify it to saying there are people or men that exist that will agree or say whatever it takes to make a woman think that they are right, because they believe that gets them closer to being in their pants.
Over any woman if it means they'll even get a lick of attention back from them. We blame women.
Apparently, this guy, this guy goes on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch a lot. Yeah.
For having unrealistic expectations, but the reason they have unrealistic expectations in the first place is because of us men. With that being said, here's what is extremely important to understand. The women with unrealistic expectations. Here's what is extremely important to understand. The women.
He moved up, and I thought he put a chain on in between the different cuts. It freaked me out.
With unrealistic expectations due to social media attention are probably strongly overlapping with the women who can pick the cream of the crop on dating apps like Tinder, which is most likely a very small subset of women. But this is what I was talking about. All the data, all the stories on modern dating and women, they're based on a minority group. A group of women who you shouldn't even be focused on pursuing anyways, who won't go beyond superficiality and develop a deep connection with you, who won't support you, and who are in fact deluded and just want a guy with a ton of money who's super attractive.
Avoid deluded people.
Men. These are the women that are highlighted in red and black pill videos because they confirm broken men's biases and they make for good controversial content.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you guys ever date a guy shorter than you? Oh, absolutely not.
The light at the end of the tunnel. Everywhere I go, when I look around in public, I am astonished at how many average to below average looking men have girlfriends. The typical 3s and 4s that don't stand a chance, according to black pill YouTubers, are having tons of success with finding a partner and getting laid. It does not at all match up to what is
that's definitely fucking true. It always surprises me too.
Told to men on the internet.
See, whenever I saw that, I thought to myself, wow, so it is my personality.
The only reason it surprises you is because you're believing the stupid bullshit these people are saying in the first place.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, all right, yeah.
Glad you agree with me.
100%. It's not just how I look, it's also because I'm an asshole. Damn. I'm getting hit coming both ways here. Shit.
Plenty of my friends in real life who don't have that great of a job, who don't have a good physique, and aren't necessarily that good looking, have girlfriends. You know why? Because the women that are highlighted and complained about on the internet represent a small subset of women in real life. And even if it is true that women can be more independent and more selective, the pool of which they now select from has a greater chance of you getting picked, so long as you can heal. What all of this doom and gloom and artificial love has created is much less competition with the men who are actually taking care of themselves.
That's what I said before, is like if a girl mentions to you that she's interested in something and you don't say, you know, like let's say a girl mentions that she likes certain video game and you don't automatically quiz her and contest her on being a fake fan of that game, you've already beaten 10%. If you don't send her a picture of your dick, you've already beaten 20%. If you don't call her a hoe, you've already beaten, 15%. If you don't bring up Andrew Tate.
If you don't try to neg her, there's another 20%.
In the first date, you've already beaten 5%.
If you don't act like, oh my God, you better try your ass off to get this one woman because it's the only opportunity you could ever possibly have, and there's no other women you could ever possibly try to get with, you've beaten another 30%.
If you don't talk about your political views and like how you think women are hoes.
Wait. Why shouldn't you talk about your political views? It's a critical thing when you're trying to find a mate. if you're wanting to spend time with somebody, you should have similar political views.
Nowadays, that's another 10%, right? So it's like I learned this whenever I would take algebra tests. Because obviously, I didn't do anything in the class. We would bang on the wall, and then other people on the other side would bang on the same wall, and we'd do we do that, and then they do that, and then we do, and then they do that, and that's what we would do in algebra. We never fucking gave a shit about the class. And so anyway, I had to break down and look at what do I have to know. I write my name on the page, that's 5 points. I turn it in on time, that's 10. I show my work, that's 3 points. So then I do things that I have no idea about, but I show my work, so I get 3 points on each one. And you build up that 71 in an aggregate. But you actually have no fucking idea how to do anything.
So you were a C student, is what you're saying.
But you just get the 71. You're not trying to learn algebra. You're trying to get a 71 on the test. Two different things.
I don't know about you. I was always shooting for 100%.
Actually going out and talking to women in real life. Most men these days have low testosterone, they don't take care of their bodies, and they're depressed. If you can heal whatever social or relationship trauma you went through in the past...
It's true. The very few times that I ever exercise, I do feel better. I should probably do that more.
Have an optimistic attitude, start putting yourself out there more and gain more social experience, genuinely take care of yourself, and have goals and ambitions, you will be miles ahead of the majority of modern men.
And don't send them a picture of your
19,
dick.
20 years old, ready to give up on women entirely.
Yep.
You know how ridiculous that sounds? You don't even know who you are yet. You don't even have a personality yet. You've been rejected 3 times. You've never had a girl.
No, there's plenty of people that have been rejected 40, 50 times.
That's just how you feel when you're a teenager. Did you guys forget what you felt like when you were a teenager? It's what hormones do. Come on.
By that point, let's be honest.
Friend, or maybe you've just had one and it ended really badly, and now your worldview is completely skewed and you're just a doomer. Of course most women aren't going to be very attracted to you. If your mental health is in ruins, start there. Stop spending all your time analyzing black pill graphs and what your sexual market value is, and start...
Yeah, please don't pay attention to anything the fucking manosphere has to say. They're a bunch of retards. I shouldn't use that kind of language. That's unfair to retarded people. They're complete morons. And red pill, black pill people, they're just it's like going to Reddit for information. You're asking a 2-year-old to tell you something that takes a long time to get accurate information on.
Start spending time figuring out the root of your low self-esteem and social anxiety. Watch videos that uplift you and help you to gain a better understanding of yourself.
I mean, sure, if you're going to go to somebody who's still wearing diapers and ask them something that requires a college degree to understand, you're going to get bad information.
Realize that you have way, way more potential and power than you think if you can start to develop the right mindset towards life. And then clean yourself up. Take care of your skin, go to the gym, get a good haircut, dress fashionably, socialize with people.
This is getting to be a bit personal. I don't know about this video, guys. Yeah, I don't know about it. I think this is a bullshit video. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this is. Yeah, what the fuck?
keep flexing that social muscle so you can start to get more comfortable in social situations and have more confidence when you're there. Put the damn phone down and look around you. See how many average and below average looking guys are still pulling girls because they have high self-esteem.
See, this doesn't even really get to the main problem. For me, anyway, my problem was always, like, I don't know what to say to people. I don't know where to go to meet people. And that's still my problem because I stay home and play video games all the fucking time. And I don't have any idea what the hell to say to people when I'm out in public. So I never do it.
They have game and they lean into what they like and the interests that they're pursuing. And for the love of God, please get rejected more often. Rejection is the greatest thing that can happen to you. If you can reflect on rejection properly and see what you did wrong, then eventually you will become completely indifferent towards it. And when you're going to a situation or a potential date
that's
with
probably
a girl
true.
with the mindset of, I don't really give a shit how this goes, that is attractive and you'll have a higher success.
Oh, I definitely think that's true. Like, to be detached from the outcome of things gives you control over them. I think that's in general true. Like, generally, whenever I play a game, whenever I'm doing anything, if I don't care about what happens, I play better. The more you care, the more you lose. For me.
Of her being attracted to you. And if, after all of that, you still get rejected 30 times in a row, then that's the point where you need to start thinking about changing the way you carry yourself. Realize that when...
Or just change the people that you're trying to fucking get with. Maybe, you know, you shouldn't be looking for the hottest woman in the room all the time.
are not these mysterious creatures. They're just a human being with the same insecurities and wants as you. Oh, Cole, I have passions in what I'm interested in, but nobody my age likes what I do. Bullshit, you're just not looking in the right places.
Yeah, there's plenty of girls that like stupid shit. Like, I always get surprised about this. Like, yeah, there's plenty of girls like stupid fucking games and like getting involved in these dumbass fucking things. Like I remember I watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I was like, man, this is a show about men, by men, for men. This is all about men. This is absolute complete testosterone. There's no fucking women that would ever watch this show. And then I find out that there's a bunch of girls that love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I've
never even heard of this shit. What are you talking about?
The fuck do you mean? Like, what? There's like... Yeah, what is this? It didn't make any sense to me at first. So many girls like JoJo, yeah. I was like, what the hell?
People you can find for anything that you're interested in, and simultaneously that'll be like the best place for you to meet a girl that you have a better chance of matching with. Oh, but nobody my age goes out or even talks to each other in person anymore. Okay, well then find the right people. Those people are in abundance if you look in real life. Oh, Cole, nowadays women are just stop. You're looking for women in the wrong places.
True.
Dating apps
Whatever
are
you're
not
gonna
where
say.
you'll find the
True.
woman that you want. If you don't like going out, going to a bar is probably not where you're gonna find a woman that you want. And if you have a shitty mindset towards life and yourself, and you hang around with people like that, then you're gonna attract women like that too. Finding events of things you're interested in, taking care of yourself and not being awkward, not needing a woman to make you happy in the first place, having a growth mindset, and getting...
I think that part's pretty important, right? Is like if you have, if you feel like you need somebody else to make you happy and you can't be happy without somebody else, I think that's a big problem.
It is. I would agree with that.
Over and over will eventually lead you to find a woman that you can connect with. You are way more attractive than you think if you can just escape this mindset cycle of hatred and doom. Stop making excuses, stop playing the victim, do what you can with the genetics that you've been given with, and you can do a whole lot more than you think. I promise you that. And improve your body language and communication skills.
I can't read.
Because this is not...
I can't wait to read the comments on this one.
Real life. Thank you to all my patrons on Patreon. If you don't know what this is,
Oh,
it's
I can't wait to
platform
read these
separate from
comments.
YouTube where I'm
Here we
putting out
go.
exclusive content. Plus, you can talk to me one-on-one over the phone on there. If you want to check that out, link in the description, patreon.com/ColeHastings. Leave your comments below. I'm very open-minded, and I'm interested to see what people think of
5,000
my mindset
comments
towards
on this
everything
one.
that's going on with the modern dating market. And that is it for this video. I hope it helped you. I hope it inspired you, and hope it made you feel a little bit better about yourself. That's it. I love you guys. Peace.
Yeah, I think that was a good video.
When I was 10 years
I do. I think that was pretty well done.
It was okay.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys think that was like decent enough advice overall? Yeah, there you go. 285K, 5K.
It's definitely better than anything I've ever heard come from the manosphere.
Comments is nothing. No, I think 5K is a lot. As somebody who I do YouTube videos, I would say that it is a good amount. Yeah, I thought it was a good video. It was pretty well put together. I think especially like not needing somebody else to make you happy is super important. I refuse to buy into the concept my self-worth as a man is based on how much sex I'm having. Yeah, I think that's definitely a negative thing, but a lot of guys get into that too. Man really said the online world's not the real world. It needs to get offline to the real world. And best way to do that is therapy, online therapy. That is pretty fucking funny. And also
You ever notice how only the men that care about nothing but getting laid, and they don't have any kind of aspirations in life other than getting laid, are the only ones that act like getting laid is the only thing that matters?
I think that online life is much more like real life now than it was maybe 10 years ago. I think nowadays, like being online, like online used to be like a separate place, and now it's like an additional place. Where it's like you were a different person online, whereas like now most people are who they are in real life online, but they're just a little bit different. I think so, and I think that will continue to be the case.
All right, you do your little dance. And that's going to be the end of that episode. The next one is going to be, let's see. Got a couple of Destiny videos and then another Asmon video. So this one I think is, isn't it showing the freaking bar? There we go. So that's going to be an hour, and we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. So that'll just barely reach, if I don't even react at all, that'll reach us over 5.5 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna have to end this episode before I start that video, so I'll do that, and I'll start a new episode before I start watching this video. All right, so thank you very much for tuning in, and I'll be back with the next episode shortly.